Well, a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and dedicated advocates for climate action. A very warm welcome to each of you as we're back. It's an honor to stand before you as your MC for this remarkable gathering. In collaboration with the Malaysian Pavilion at COP29 in Baku, Climate Governance Malaysia proudly hosts Malaysian Support for COP29, a virtual forum bringing together thought leaders, innovators, and experts dedicated to advancing impactful climate solutions. This two-week program reflects the Malaysia Pavilion's daily themes, delving into sustainability and reinforcing Malaysia's commitment to a resilient and sustainable future. Today's theme, Empowered Community, Gardens of the Sustainability Ecosystem. Protecting Malaysia's natural resources embodies resilience and collaboration. As one of the world's 17 mega-diverse countries, preserving our biodiversity through sustainable practices is crucial for future generations. Recognizing local communities as vital environmental stewards, Malaysia champions natural resource management. However, challenges persist, including gaps in legal frameworks for geoparks, limited technical capacity, and insufficient data engagement. By collaborating with national and regional partners, Malaysia aims to inspire collective action that addresses these issues while balancing environmental stewardship with socio-economic growth. And now, please join me in welcoming Dr. Gary Theseira, esteemed Director of Climate Governance Malaysia, to share his insights on COP29 along with Mr. Q Jaya, founder of Q&Co. Dr. Gary, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sharon. And once again, a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another day of Climate Governance Malaysia's parallel coverage of COP29 in Baku, Azerbaijan, linked to the Malaysia Pavilion over there. I'd like to very warmly welcome my esteemed guest this morning, Mr. Q Jayao, who is with the Bar Council Environment and Climate Change Committee, as well as what was announced by Shern just a moment ago. As usual, we'll take a very quick run through the developments out of the Third World Network updates, and then I'll come to Q with the questions and the discussions for today's theme, Guardians of Sustainability Ecosystem. And what we're talking about is empowered communities. As you just heard in the news report, just preceding the beginning of our broadcast, we are pretty much at the midway point. We passed the midway point, actually. It was interesting the way the news was cast, that the dirty work begins in the second week when the heads of state leave and the ministerial staff remain behind to sort of clean up the mess. My experience with the COP has actually been sort of the opposite. Heads of state actually are more there for the opening ceremony. It's the government level of work that actually happens during the first week. The national negotiators go to work, on the subsidiary body negotiations, and then the second week is actually reserved for some of the decisions that are left over that cannot be made at the official level. And these then go to the ministerial level. The ministerial level is no less clean or less dirty than the official level. It just occurs at a different plane. And so the way it closed, where, there were some calls to, as it were, shift some blame to the presidency, the country that's hosting the COP in any given year, seems a little bit misplaced regarding, considering the fact that there are many parties involved. In any case, 4 very important updates came out of Baku just overnight. We had one regarding the progress during the joint plenary of the COP, and this is a joint plenary of the COP MOP, as well as the Paris Agreement. And in this case, the big discussion was, of course, on the National Collective Quantified Goal for Climate Finance. Once again, the developing countries called for finance that it's needs-based because different countries have different financial needs, and they, strongly indicated that the scale needed was in the trillions. There was a strong relationship that they noted between the ability to state one's climate ambition and the level of fiscal space that one has. In other words, if you don't have any fiscal space to act, then it's very difficult to be ambitious. For developing countries, also very, very important that the context of addressing climate change is sustainable development and poverty eradication. And once again, we need special tailored features for the most vulnerable among the developing countries, the small island developing states, and the least developed countries. Now, from the very outset, the developed countries have put down sort of a line in the sand, as it were, regarding the amount of progress that they could make on the NCQG within the first week. The first week meaning the official level of negotiations. Why? Well, they said that these are decisions that only ministers can make. And of course, ministers will only be present during the second week. The key areas of concern for developed countries, the quantum. This, of course, is something like, as they said, cannot be talked about at the official level, needs to go to the ministerial level. And then the other issue is the contributor base. Who actually is obligated to commit to this fund? Other news coming out regarding the global goal of adaptation. Unfortunately, as the subsidiary bodies ended their work and passed the work on to the COP, we found that once again, there was not an ability to achieve consensus on the mitigation work program, or the MWP. There was also inability to achieve an agreement to forward the text that was being worked on with respect to the just transition work program. And in this case, the issue from the developing country side was the fact that the texts were submitted by the G77 in China, by the Africa Group, by the like-minded developing countries as well. But according to them, the text was not incorporated to a sufficient degree in the negotiation text by the co-facilitators. There was, however, an agreement to move the work forward with respect to the global stocktake. In other words, there was consensus to continue work during the second week of the COP on the basis of the informal note provided by the co-facilitators. So once again, we are continuing to keep our eye on this space, and I'll be happy to bring you the updates from the Third World Network as they come online. To our very esteemed guest this morning, Jaya, very good morning to you. Thank you so much for agreeing to be with me on this parallel session. When we're talking about empowering communities, who are supposed to be the guardians of sustainability ecosystems, we find that communities have to interact with their political masters, governments, whatever it is, through an institutional framework. And we find that this year's Nobel laureates, in their must-read book, Why Nations Fail, argue that a country's institutions remain the key factor for successfully implementing initiatives in the country. So many countries are stuck in a bit of a chicken and egg situation. On the one hand, they don't have the national institutions that can provide them with the education and the employment prospects to lift them out of poverty. But at the same time, they themselves, as communities, do not have necessarily the educational background or the wealth to put in place a capable and effective government to ensure that these national institutions are effective. Of course, the world is very diverse in this regard. In some countries, there's more connection between communities and their key stakeholders. In some other countries, it's slightly less. In Malaysia, in your view, if we believe that there is some degree of disconnect between communities and the administration, with respect to this national climate discourse and in terms of climate policy or management strategies? What do you think are some of the reasons why this disconnect exists?
Morning, Gary, and such a pleasure to be here. And it's great listening to you provide us with the updates. Now, onto the question, I think, I think the the disconnect between our institutions with local communities and particularly indigenous communities, I think is a very, very problematic issue. Now, because if the wider the disconnect, then the more inaccurately we are framing the problems, our climate challenges, and therefore the more misguided, the more inappropriate, the more wrong the solutions that we come up with, and that really equates to severe wastage of funds, wastage of time, disappointment of talent. And many other things. And of course, we know that we really don't have luxury of time. And like you said, when you opened with the Nobel laureates, why nations fail, I think it's a desperate problem because then it's cyclical. So indeed, the importance of strong institutions under Sustainable Development Goal 16 is often very hard to make progress on, even as the very institutions are trying to champion the SDGs from a systemic approach. So SDG 16 on justice, peace, and strong institutions. And I think the making institutions better for across the whole spectrum of society. That, of course, is the challenge. So what is that journey towards making that better? I think is the interesting question. But yes, the disconnect, I think, is from first, I think, is the natural tyranny of systems. When we establish systems, we will naturally be forgetful of the people on the fringes, the factors on the fringes. That's just because of natural limits of bandwidth. The question then is, do we have mechanisms, iterative loops to improve on our systems? So then that points to the second problem, which is the obstacle towards having strong institutions is historically, maybe traditionally, we built systems that around personalities instead of around issues. So patronage systems, power structures, these are concepts, these are real things that stand in the way of improvements in systems. Otherwise, if a system is really focused on what it actually purports to exist for, then it will naturally say, oh, when we implement, during our monitoring and evaluation, we realize there's this mismatch of the needs on the ground. And so we are going to then improve on our programs, at least for the next programmatic cycle. But we don't do that because that would embarrass the people in the headquarters in Putrajaya who are making all these important decisions, and they need to look important. And so if we have that, then we have an inertia in the improvement of these systems. So, but like you also mentioned in terms of the message from developing countries that like the NCQG has to be needs-based. So we are not going to meet the needs if our systems do not capture the situation on the ground. Now, another obstacle on why this mismatch, this disconnect persists is, I think we're forgetful often of investing into a function of realizing that feedback from the ground will not come in the form of the language that we in Putrajaya, among the think tanks and the consultants that we are familiar with. So we need to develop, and we need to invest into an actual function to analyze and understand and digest, and not push it to the grassroots communities to figure out themselves how to speak to us in our appropriate language. So and I figured this to really mean the decolonization of these approaches, and and of course working on discrimination, working on inclusion and diversity in our kind of reality sense-making teams, I think is really important.
Yeah, thank you so much. I mean, this is you framed this so nicely by bringing in SDG 16 and then talking about the tyranny of systems, and the fact that we talked about about the Nobel laureate's book. Many developing countries seem to trade a colonial tyranny for a different kind of tyranny, or perhaps a system that might not meet all of their needs. Now, systems, of course, you are well aware, don't exist in vacuums. They're all interlinked, our social, our economic systems, our environmental systems. When you're talking about this language barrier that is the cause perhaps of this disconnect, how big of a role does the rest of the ecosystem play? How should private sector be playing their role? Should civil society be playing a role? What other key stakeholder groups, youth, for example, how do you see their role in the larger ecosystem of trying to bridge this language quote unquote barrier that you raised?
I think they all have a role to play, and the question then is, does the official system or do our systems permit them to play their role, or does the system expect or require them to stay in their lanes? But what we see is, as an intelligent society, you're absolutely right. Systems do not exist in a vacuum. There are bystanders always, and the question is: are the bystanders held back, or are they empowered to help bring the feedback from a needs-based perspective back into the room in Putrajaya, so to speak? So I do see that, like the indigenous peoples groups who are in COP now, increasingly we see a lot more of marginalized communities having some kind of representation enabled somehow in limited ways to have solidarity, to form their voices, and of course to curate it in an angle that can be heard by mainstream media, can be received by officials. And these are mediated very often by a lot of enablers from the NGO sector, but also indirectly by a lot of public sector side, by giving soft advice, by guiding them how to be strategic. And then, of course, is also enabled by private sector actors who provide funding, who also hold space for these side events, as an example. So it takes a village to bring the voices out somehow. So I think the question then is, we really ought to enable the helpers to do that job, so that they can, because this is voluntary, generally speaking. So markets won't shape this. Yeah. So market solutions won't lead us to this, because that's too simple. Markets are too simplistic, and there are what Michael Sandel would say, there are moral limits to markets. Markets can only bring so much, because markets are such a caricature of the human spirit, whereas the rest of us actually is much more. So I think we need to enable the systems to not just where directly marginalized groups can come in, but also allow the enablers to participate at different levels and enable them to self-organize in that sense and step up to do this. Yeah.
I neglected to mention actually that Jaya, you are a fellow of the Academy of Sciences Malaysia, and that brings in another one of the key stakeholders in this academia. Just in the last few minutes that we have, do you see a role in academia, or perhaps do you see the beginnings of as you mentioned it, a kind of collaboration that will help shoulder aside, so if you need a seat at the table, as it were, communities, if the table is already packed, you talk about some enabling environment or a package or a group of communities or stakeholders that are willing to facilitate this shouldering aside of the crowd, as it were, to get the communities a seat at the table so that the voice can be heard. Is this picture complete? Are we still missing any stakeholders if we do include academia as well?
I think academia researchers play such a huge role, and it gets frustrating because a lot of research isn't accessible enough, and that's such a challenge. In that sense, there are some tyrannical systems within the sector of research as well, where those structures and those hegemonies don't help accessibility, let's put it that way.
Okay, yeah.
Because it's the role that they play is huge, because they normalize the narrative about who's not at the table. When they actually, so the ability to be critical and to think critically, and then to define and redefine norms and point out the lack of logic in existing things that we continue to do. Academia very often pave the way and give that permission that I talk about, so that the change agents can refer to these folks in academia who are supposed to know better, to then say, hey, look, here's tacit permission, although maybe official permission isn't yet there yet, but here's permission from, and it has to be multidisciplinary as well. That's the demands of it now. So and I think academia is also beginning to be more interdisciplinary, but that needs to be accelerated as well, so that researchers, say within law and policy, they also need to broaden and collaborate with their colleagues from the scientific, the engineering, the anthropological, so that their analyses are richer, and really helps the more dynamic analysis of problems, as opposed to the linear ones.
Okay. Yes, thank you so very much. Just by way of closing in the last few minutes, you also play a role as an advocate, and provide advice and services, and are known as a voice to represent sometimes communities that have been marginalized. What advice would you give to communities that perhaps do not believe that they are being heard, they're not being given a chance to provide input into climate policy and decision making? And if you have any take-home messages that you want to leave with our audience this morning, please go ahead.
I think the core message, maybe for COP season, is really to bottle up our cynicism and our contempt and our frustration. Those are real. But then if when it comes to solutions, then we have no choice but to remain optimistic and constructive, I think. I think remain constructive. I think asking for people who suffered to remain optimistic, I think sounds quite vulgar And also, but I think it's very important to understand that just rage, destructive rage and anger, valid as it is, I think that's a role for it in breaking barriers down, but then that is very important to also be building something in its space. But yeah, I think all of us do need to manage our cynicism, which is well placed, but then analyze the heck out of it and then take action.
Okay. On that note, thank you so very much, Jaya, for joining us this morning. I always enjoy our conversations. They do you bring us all to an academic level that we don't normally get in these discourses, and I'm really grateful to you for making time to speak with me this morning and to help share your views on this. And I think the important thing really is that we continue doing this in a way that once again gets through that language barrier at the same time, so that people don't hear the word tyranny and immediately associated with some movie that they've seen. All of these terms are fairly common in the discourse of institutional framework systems and the like. And I'm really grateful to you for sparing the time to join me in this talk and to explain really how we can continue empowering communities so that they themselves can begin, like you said, boosting their confidence, in many cases because they have been for decades, for generations, stewards of our natural ecosystems that once again we are trying to protect, not for the sake of protecting the ecosystems, but for protecting our own survival as well. Thank you very much, Jaya. It's been a pleasure.
Always a pleasure.
And once again, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of the morning sharing of the events coming out of Baku, as well as the views of our esteemed guest this morning, Q Jia. May I turn the proceedings back to the Secretariat. Shen, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gary and Chayao, for yet another insightful discussion. As a quick reminder, each day begins with a 30-minute breakfast chat hosted by Dr. Gary and his guest speakers, where they delve into his daily observations and reflections. These sessions will be recorded on our CGM channel and periodically streamed by the Malaysia Pavilion during session in transitions. Now, it's my pleasure to welcome Dato Tengku Marina, Council Member of CGM, to the stage to deliver today's welcoming remarks. Over to you, Tengku Marina.
Thank you very much, Shen. Good morning, distinguished participants and presenters. My name is Tengku Marina, and on behalf of the CGM Council, I am delighted to welcome you to Day 7 of our event. Today, we focus on a theme that is not only timely, but absolutely essential to the future of sustainability: empowered community, guardians of the sustainability ecosystem. Whether this is your first day with us or you've been participating throughout the week, we greatly appreciate your presence and interest. For your information and convenience, all our sessions are recorded and can be accessed from the official CGM YouTube channel. The focus of our discussion today is on local communities and how they can be empowered as guardians of the ecosystem. In our journey towards sustainability, we must remember that local communities, especially those in rural, indigenous, and low-income areas, are often the most vulnerable to climate change. These communities face the earliest and most direct impacts, from changing weather patterns that disrupt agriculture to rising sea levels that threaten coastal livelihoods. They are often at the front line, experiencing the effects of environmental change while navigating a disconnect between broad policy goals and the urgent, tangible solutions needed at ground level. Addressing this gap is crucial for effective climate action that can benefit local populations. We believe that these communities, when empowered, can become exemplary guardians of the environment. A quote by anthropologist Margaret Mead said, "Never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing that ever has." Empowered communities, those that are informed, organized, and equipped, are leading the charge in bridging the gap between policy and practice. By actively contributing to decision making, they ensure the sustainable policies reflect the needs and values of local populations. As one of the 17 mega diverse countries, Malaysia is home to an extraordinary variety of ecosystems, species, and resources. Through grassroots movements and local initiatives, these communities often lead conservation efforts, waste management projects, and renewable energy initiatives. They are on the front lines of defending our natural resources, preserving essential land and water resources, and advocating for long-term ecological balance and social equity. Their work has been crucial in protecting biodiversity and ensuring the sustainability of natural resources. These movements often set examples for larger scale efforts, proving that small scale initiatives can have a substantial impact on global environmental efforts. Today, we will hear from organizations that have worked closely with local communities to empower them as environmental guardians. For example, the Ocean Recovery Alliance's Life Afloat program empowers the floating communities along Cambodia's Tonle Sap Lake, engaging them in the collection of plastic waste through festivals, workshops, and cleanup events, fostering awareness and direct action. The Malaysian Plastics Manufacturers Association has partnered with Bagan Hailam residents to address waste disposal challenges, raising awareness on marine litter and the importance of preventing pollution in rivers and coastal areas. Ericsson's technology-driven reforestation projects in Malaysia, the Philippines, and India have shown the potential of using real-time data sensors to enhance local mangrove restoration efforts. These projects enable communities to monitor their ecosystems and effectively steward their environments. Green Steps Malaysia has successfully collaborated with city councils, neighborhoods, and businesses to set up composting and recycling systems, empowering communities with infrastructure to manage waste sustainably. As we delve in today's discussions, I encourage each of us to reflect on the resilience and empowerment of these local communities. Their vulnerability only strengthens their role as essential guardians of our environment, demonstrating the incredible impact that can be achieved when people unite with purpose. Their actions remind us of what is possible when communities are equipped to lead, adapt, and advocate for a sustainable future. You heard earlier from Dr. Gary and Mr. Q in this morning's conversation how it takes a village to make a difference. So I hope we will have a very stimulating discussion with the panel immediately after this. I thank you all for joining us. You can stay connected through our CGM newsletter via our official website and gain the latest climate updates by following us on LinkedIn. With that introduction for today's session, I will hand back to Shern. I wish you all a great day. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your insights, Dr. Tengku Marina. We shall now continue with our first panel of the day, titled Ending Plastic Pollution to Protect Ecosystems, the Role of Collective Action. This session will be moderated by Ushar Daniele, who is a journalist and features a distinguished panel of speakers. We have today Woodring, founder and managing director of Ocean Recovery Alliance, Bacon Cheng, Secretary General, Malaysian Plastics Manufacturers Association, MPMA, Northern Branch, Executive Director of THM Plastic Industries. as well as Mr. Lim Soon Heng, the co-founder of and executive director of Shakespeare Players. Over to you, Ushar. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sharon. A very good morning to everyone watching our stream, as well as all our speakers, Mr. Doug Woodring, who is with us from Ocean Recovery Alliance, Mr. Lim Soon Heng from KL Shakespeare Players, and Mr. Bacon Chung from Malaysian Plastic Manufacturers Association. Before I begin, a little bit more about myself. I am a journalist, and I predominantly cover climate and environment, and I was actually at COP28 last year. So being able to be a part of this conversation with our esteemed speakers today is quite an experience for COP29. So we are speaking about our main theme today, which is empowering communities, guardians of sustainability ecosystem. So our main second theme is ending plastic pollutions to protect ecosystem, and this should be a collective action. And an empowered community, as Dato Marina said, is one that is well informed about environmental challenges and equipped with the knowledge to make eco-conscious decisions. So let me start with my first question. My first question is actually for Mr. Woodring. Mr. Woodring, I would, based on our opening speech by Dato Marina earlier, she mentioned about the Life Afloat campaign. Would you be able to share a little bit more about this campaign? And can you tell us, like, how was the reception by the community, and is there any more campaigns in the pipeline similar to this?
Yeah, sure. Is this answer before the screen sharing? Are we screen sharing later, or is that for now?
I think we can proceed with the screen sharing first, and then I will proceed with the questions. But just to let you know that that's still a question on top for you.
That's okay. No problem. Do you want me to, am I first to share screens?
The floor is yours, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so my name is Doug Woodring from Ocean Recovery Alliance, and we're going to talk to you about creative surprise and how you can engage communities really at all levels, children to adults, and government to companies to village chiefs and monks. And I will reflect a little bit on our Harvest Plastic and Life Afloat program, but really want to talk about plastic pollution as it relates to climate change or as it doesn't relate to climate change. We use the term creative surprise to sort of explain what we do with environmental entrepreneurism. When you're creating programs or events or educational outreach things, those are, each one of them is like a startup, and you need new sponsors and funding and approval and stakeholders, and it's pretty challenging. But the creative surprise is when you get some of these stakeholders involved in what you're doing, they don't necessarily expect or see the vision of what you're creating, and you have an outcome that makes them say, wow, that was amazing. That was fun. That wasn't as painful as I thought. And our employees loved it, the press loved it, and we want to do more about that. And that's really what we try to bring about. In relation to climate change, we actually think that plastic pollution is more complicated than climate change. It doesn't mean that it's a bigger issue, but it's very complicated. If you look at the 7 types of plastic that exist, the 7 families, there's estimated over 40,000 types of material. It's like this mess here. If you think of reconstituting an omelet, that's pretty much the difficulty of recycling. If you have an omelet with eggs, mushroom, cheese, and bacon, and someone says, that's great, Doug, but we want all those pieces back in their normal state. That's really how our global waste management systems and the contamination that comes along with them, with all the materials and food waste put together, that's as difficult as reconstituting an omelet. And we need to bring value, show how the value can be created, like this boy picking straws. Someone wanted that material. Now, climate change affects many locations at different times in big ways, but not everyone all at the same time every day. And in plastic pollution's case, we affect over 2 billion people every day. That's issues with water, drinking, health, washing, tourism, agriculture, fishing. And when you think about plastic and waste, every single piece of plastic, unless it's industrial B2B material, has left someone's hand before it became waste. That's pretty amazing thought. Now, of course, everyone's not out there to litter and pollute, but it's because the infrastructure and the capacities in all of our towns and villages, rural cities, everything put together is not sufficient to handle this material, which actually is valuable if you get it in the right place at the right time. So our creative surprise is, you know, what I mentioned before about educating, bringing in stakeholders who say, wow, that was good. It was valuable. My employees loved it. My customers loved seeing it in the press, and we want to do it more. And all of these programs need that kind of support. They need the engagement with a stakeholder and a supporter. And so we, in Cambodia, have done a number of events. One you alluded to is our festivals. We created 2 years ago the Inland Ocean Festival because the Tonle Sap Lake is the biggest lake in Southeast Asia, and that's their inland ocean. And we celebrate the pride of protecting the water, the pride of their neighborhood, the pride of cleaning things. We don't call it a cleanup, but we call it a festival. And that has a very different connotation when you're trying to bring engagement, stakeholders, approvals from different authorities. And it's a great way to bring a positive attitude. This is just things we also have done, big images, thousands of kids. This is Kids Ocean Day. We've done it 4 times in Hong Kong, laying out an image which often gets front page news in the press and even international press, thanks to Michael Klubach and his 30 years of doing this in Los Angeles. We've done it here, but that engages the kids or the adults, in this case at the Paris climate talks, and it gets a discussion started and gets people thinking about it. We also created something called Great Art. Great is the storm drains where all the water flows into the river or the creek or the ocean eventually. And instead of having a government little sign or a little plaque that says, please don't throw your cigarette butt or your trash in the water, we use local artists, both kids and professional artists, to create 6, and in another case, 12 plaques. These are ceramic, and we cement these to the side of the road so that people see the color when they walk by and they say, what does that mean? I got to look at that. It reminds them subtly not to dump trash on the street and not to dump in the drain. And this is something any community could really do anywhere in the world. We also wrote a play now in 8 languages, including Swahili. Have a great program in Cambodia, and it's called Uncle Roo, the recycling rooster. That's because every village in the world has a rooster. And when you think about it, roosters wake people up and they bring a message to the community. So in the play, the community is sick, the water's polluted, the kids can't go to school, the animals are, not doing well. And Uncle Roo comes along and he says, you guys should recycle. You should sort your waste. Don't burn it. Don't throw it in the water. This will make you more healthy. And we call this the power of eco-repetition. Eco-repetition is the sound of the rooster making a noise in nature every single day. So in the play, when the rooster is coming to life as a hero, he's crowing all the time. Cuckoo, cuckoo. You have to recycle. You got to recycle. Remember that. And so when the kids wake up 1 week later, 1 month later, and they hear the rooster in the morning, they say, Mom, Dad, Uncle, we got to recycle. Where do I put our stuff? So we're using the nature to carry on this message well beyond the play itself. We actually performed this at the UN Habitat in Malaysia in 2018. We brought 10 of our Cambodian group, and they first time overseas. It was an amazing event, and it's really a great way just to get a discussion going. It's all super important to have a rooster who really knows what they're doing, though, and this is one example of our famous Cambodian rooster. We also have a great one in Swahili, and you can see the kids' reactions here.
3, sote.
So using the power of nature, art, theater can be a great thing for creating surprise and engagement. Thank you for having me today.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Woodring. It's such an interesting experience watching a chicken asking everyone to recycle. And if it works, it works. And for next, Mr. Bacon, just checking, do you also have a presentation from MPMA?
Well, a very good morning, Ushar and Mr. Lim and Mr. Doug. Yeah, wanted to carry out a simple presentations of the background of MPMA, so that everybody knows about MPMA rather than knowing the bacon. And let me start sharing it and give a little bit heads up of what is it about. Wait, let me see. How do I do it? Here. Are you seeing the full screen? No? Sorry. I'm gonna make it quick. Well, good morning, and this is the MPMA is actually the Malaysia Plastic Manufacturer Association, which is actually are you guys seeing my share screen? Everybody, okay, good.
Yes, we are.
So, great. So this is a 57 years old association established back in 1967. We are actually the official voice of the Malaysian plastic industries, over 800 members nationwide, covering the value chain, the plastic value chain from raw material plastics to plastic manufacturing, recyclers, machineries and technologies providers, and more. Our headquarters is actually in Selangor, and we have 5 branches. Okay, we have 5 branches in Penang, which I'm from, and Perak, Johor, Sabah, and Sarawak. And yeah, MPMA, our members actually account for 60% of plastic manufacturers and 80% of total plastic productions in Malaysia. And besides of presenting the industries in government policies and advocacy work and business and market development activities of our members, MPMA allocates a lot of resources every year on sustainability and recycling programs as well. So you guys know what CEPA, CEPA is actually communications, education, and public awareness programs, yeah, from MPMA, right? As a responsible trade association, MPMA recognized that it had to take the initiative to identify ways to actually manage plastic waste in the country. Hence, back in July 1992, MPMA formed the Plastic Waste Management Task Force, which is PWMTF, in collaboration with the Department of Environment or DOE, yeah, to look into plastic waste management in Malaysia. Where this PWMTF, the Plastic Waste Management Task Force, had launched several environmental awareness programs across the country, which we have a couple of the slides that you will be seeing, which is like a high five and a high five campaign, yeah. Across makes the beginning of various communications, educations, and public awareness activities by MPMA. So you are saying, like, you know, we have Litter with the Free campaign, for the Hi-Fi campaign, let me see here. So you are seeing the Hi-Fi campaign. We launched a nationwide Hi-Fi campaign at public places such as malls and also toll gates to get the public pledge to always use a bin discarding their waste to reduce litter. So everybody sees the don't be a litter bug. So we're trying it. So here are some of the campaigns that we have done. The progress into a full-fledged litter-free campaign branded as "Don't Be a Litter Bug" since 2015. We have conducted the campaign at major festivals and public events that you can see here in the slides, such as Thaipusam, Chingay, marathons, and Ramadan bazaars, and more, setting up checkpoints with bins at these events for public to dispose of their waste. We have done it at the International Bridge Marathon, the Penang Bridge International Marathon, 2 years ago, and it was considered quite a very successful event to raise the awareness to get all this awareness, the marathoners to discard all the drinking bottles, the PET bottles into the bins instead of just run and just drop it off. Yeah, so we started to organize a cleanup activities with the issues of marine litter. Mr. Dog, that is actually your expertise in. We'll definitely work together with this. Yeah, the marine litter awareness was given a lot of attention globally. Especially Mr. Dog is actually one of the pioneers and the startup of the Ocean Recovery Alliances. One of our biggest cleanup efforts was conducted in Pulau Ketam back in 2018, in which we spent months of cleaning up heavily impacted sections of the island, and we had successfully removed close to 10 tons of waste, installed traps and nets, and locked booms to prevent marine litters from entering the residential areas. From the waste collected, which we can be recycled, was sent to for recycling corporations with Shiji Malaysia is which can be recycled were disposed at the sanitary landfill in Selangor. So you can see the before and after. We try our best. we could definitely do better with a lot more advice given. So other than the marine litter, and we also giving all this education and awareness, the 3 R's, education and awareness, to educate and inculcate the 3 R's, the reduce, reuse, and recycle habits amongst the students. MPMA has been organizing school programs for many years, ranging from plastic recyclables innovations competitions to assisting setup for recycling centers in school. In 2019, back in 2019, MPMA together with Petronas, Ministry of Education, and SW COP Malaysia had developed a school module entitled with Plastic Sustainability and You, to complement the school curriculum on understanding plastics and the 3 R's. And this module is available in all primary and secondary schools nationwide. And for the past year, that myself have been the main speakers for the northern branch of northern area of Malaysia. I've gone to schools and talked to primary schools and secondary school students, and I see the very big impact that these students should be taught from young. The idea of 3 R should be taught during the young age, especially when they know about using things and how to discard, because we can't be putting all the blames to the people that we use, but we should teach each and everyone garbage belongs to the trash can. So in 2019, one of our most creative outreach programs of date, we have built a mobile plastic recycling truck named the Green Truck, which is equipped with 3 small scales of recycling machines that we can demonstrate the shredding, the injections, and the extrusion, which is a very simple idea that brings to kids, to the public, to tell them to share the idea of how plastics waste are actually collected and to shreds, to segregate out to shreds and to inject and giving it a new life. This actually brings a lot of attention to the public, to the community, especially from the young age to the younger generations to the adults today, because many of them, they do not have the idea of how this recycling works. So we try to introduce the whole idea of how recycling works, so that people are knowing that picking up all this trash and doing all the segregations at home, giving all this collected plastics a new life, is actually a very meaningful actions to it, instead of like discard into the garbage bins and just throw it away. So we have got a very good impact on this green truck program. Let me share a little bit of story with all of you here, that I spoke to some of the school, and after 2 weeks, I was doing my grocery shoppings, and this girl came to me, that she was looking at me, that was like, "Hey, you look familiar." I was like, "Yeah, is there anything I can do for you?" And she was like, "Are you the one that you are the Uncle Bacon, right?" I'm not the Uncle Roo. I don't do the cuckoo sound, but I know that that definitely works very well. But it said, "Oh yeah, you are the Uncle Bacon." Yes, I said, "Yes, I am." And how do you know me? He's like, "Yeah, you came to the school and you taught us about the 3R." I was immediately so touched, and like a touch that wasn't because of how they remember Uncle Bacon. That's how they actually got the 3R implanted into the mind. And they start sharing this beautiful idea with the siblings, with the parents, because the mother was by the side of this young lady, and this girl, she was like, "Yeah, Mom, this is Uncle Bacon. He came to the school and he gave us a talk. And it's all about 3R. That's what I came home and I told you guys about recycling at home, doing all the segregation at home." Guys, seriously, that is that's a very big impact. Teaching from the young age. This is what I felt personally as a main speaker during the school activities for this green truck program. So all in all, since 2015 to 2024, we have successfully reached out to more than 450 schools and impacting close to 40,000 students nationwide. We strive to do more and continue to be the driver of change towards a better plastic waste management system in Malaysia. I think that would be all from myself. I hope the screens and everything, you guys got a idea of it?
Yes, Mr. Bacon, we see your screen. Thank you very much for your presentation. It's definitely very insightful. And not the last and also not the least, we have Mr. Lim Soon Heng from KL Shakespeare Players for his presentation next.
I'm very grateful for this opportunity. And that Doug provided me a good segue, and so has Mr. Cheng. And they both are also targeting, one targets using theater or performance, and the other one targets young people to teach them about plastic waste and how to manage. From a perspective of a theater company, which I'm very glad to be here to talk about, what is interesting that when we've always hear about waste management from the perspective of industries, we never think in terms of a theater company being involved in such an event. But a theater company is also very important, and we can really contribute to what you do, what this whole initiative is about. Let me just share sound also. Yes. Okay, here we go. Now, we are a theatre company, and we were formed in 2011. Our focus is performing. And the notion about performance is that it's not about telling people what to do, but showing them and moving them emotionally. At the end of the day, people are emotional beings. We are not intellectual. You can put signposts and all that, but if they are not moved, things will not happen. And so as a theatre company, we don't preach, but in the performances that we do, we share, we show, and we let people see. And as a company, in Malaysia, we're the only theatre and education company. We travel throughout the country. We bring students and university students, primary school students to the theatre. And when they cannot come to the theatre, we go to them. We take theatre to them. We go into a school hall and we perform. And we do all kinds of productions to engage them. In 2011, we started performing online, live and interactive, simply because the students were stuck at home. They couldn't come. But at the same time, something we learned that we could reach out to students out in Sarawak, on the banks of the river, 6 students in a school sharing a computer. They could engage with us live. We ask questions, they respond. So a theatre company can be impactful. We started in 2011, performing to 200 people. Last year, over 30,000 in 164 performances. And this year we will exceed the numbers, even though with slightly fewer productions, like 160. What I want to share with you is that as a theatre company, we have engaged using theatre to talk about pollution and plastic pollution without being overt about it. Let me share you this. These are the productions. We did a David Glass Tempest, a Shakespeare play, where plastic is dominant. Galapagos, a project we work with international school students from KL. And then something quite similar to what Doug has done. It's a festival production where we have a big bird that, without speaking, deals with plastic waste. And one last one is an online show that we told about a Sabah group of indigenous people, the Bajau Sama, and their ability and their need to live with the land and what happened when they did not follow some of these things. So in other words, we don't tell, we show. Let me share with you this. So here is Tempest. Tempest is a Shakespeare story about a duke that was abandoned into an island. But our island is a plastic island. Plastic, and that is filled with plastic waste. Let me share. The set was built with just recycled plastic. Or not just plastic that we collected.
Maybe I'll just meet someone and fall in love.
So in that final scene, when we start using the large painter sheet, the plastic just...
rebel writer from broken Britain.
The plastic just flew everywhere into the audience, allowing them to experience plastic waste and pollution. Galapagos is a project that we work with some young school students. Again here, plastic dominated the stage, and we use plastic that the students themselves collected. and they built the school helped build a whale, and the stories about a beach whale being on, and because of this beach whale, the other animals learn about plastic waste. So we don't preach, we try to show. Bird Call is a project that we did with this huge bird that's built, and it performed at festivals. Also about plastic pollution. And of course, our last one. So the point I'm trying to make is that theater can be a big part of educating, a big part of helping communities realize what's happening. And then people like Doug, people like Bacon, then they can come in and also help with the proper education. We are not the experts. We can help move people, but we're not the best at educating at what are the next steps. Okay, with that, I thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Lim Soon Heng from KL Shakespeare Players. We have very little time left for the question and answers, and I think, Mr. Woodring, we will circle back to the first question that I asked earlier. I think I will just straight up ask Mr. Lim Soon Heng, while I still have you here on the screen, directly from your presentation. As my question for you is, as an advocate for education through creative mediums, what role do you see the performing arts play in fostering long-term behavior change towards better waste management practices?
Obviously, first you have to move people to believe that this is something they need to do. And once we get going, people like Doug can come with a program and constantly reminding, and then we come back and then moving them. It is not nothing is a one shot, unfortunately. People tend to think that we do one thing and it happens. And in school, you teach math in year 1, you teach math in year 2. Maybe all of these ought to be part of our school curriculum. So right. Theater has a way to play in that role.
Understood. Thank you very much, Mr. Lim. My next question is for Mr. Doug Woodring. Mr. Doug, we understand Ocean Recovery Alliance has worked on multiple projects across multiple countries in Southeast Asia, ASEAN specifically. My question for you is, what is Ocean Recovery Alliance's biggest obstacle or challenge when it comes to introducing a new program into the community?
Well, that's a great question, Ushar, but I'm so excited to have Soon Heng here. If you can't see the amazing match of what we could do, and even with Bacon, you know, and the challenge we all face is funding and support. You know, it's very difficult to get government support. They love it, but they don't have the money. Foundations maybe don't move fast enough, or they don't see us. And corporates, really, this is your chance to shine, because you can get engaged with education, with theater. And as Soon Heng said, you don't teach them, you don't tell them what to do. You're not an activist, you're an actionist. And you just have to allude to the issues, and the kids get it. And they say, wow. And, you know, I saw all the litter there that Bacon was talking about. We sometimes just talk about people and with the kids, and we say, just pick it up, just pick it up. Just pick it up. Just pick it up. And if you do that, and the kid's walking along, or even an adult, and especially in a place like Hong Kong, if you pick up one piece of litter on the street, everyone will look at you like you're the Nurman, the rice monster, or the rice spirit, or some strange thing, because no one does that. They expect someone else to come along and sweep it away. So, you know, using this creative change is so powerful. And I love Bacon's image of that boom and the net and the catchment device, because we use that in every single talk that we give, because we really try to promote the use of booms and nets. And KL, in all the cities I've seen around the world, is one of the most aggressive in using that, but maybe not everyone actually knows about it. So this is where theater and education can bring all these things together. And support is huge. So please, you know, join us after this call and spread the word, because with a little bit of money, we can make a huge bang. 1 + 1 + 1 = 8, not just 3, when you bring the right groups together. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Woodring. Mr. Cheng, I have a question for you. I understand MPMA, the Malaysian Plastic Manufacturers Association, has actually worked on a plastic waste management task force since July 1992. So you have multiple campaigns. You have High Five campaign, Litter Free campaign, marine cleanup programs. But could you tell us a little bit more about your River Ranger program and what was the outcome of your collaboration with DAO as well as Global Environment Center when it comes to river cleanups involving plastic with MPMA?
It's muted.
You're mute. Mr. Cheng, sorry, you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yeah, we actually taught students how to analyze the river water and how to identify the water, whether it's polluted by the look at it. And because the very important thing is how do they actually not to throw things everywhere so that the garbage when it goes to the river. It's very often that I tell them that where garbage belongs to, they say it belongs to the garbage can. I said, yeah, you don't throw the garbage everywhere so that the garbage don't go to the drain and it doesn't go to the river and it won't go to the ocean. So from there we're telling them that you check on the drain, you check on the river, and check on the ocean. So from the look of it and the water, whether it's polluted with garbages and the surface, whether it's oil, and all that, they can recognize, they can tell whether the water is clean or polluted. And certainly we have to tell them how to take care of the rivers as well. But instead of going to the forest or to take care of the ocean or the rivers, it's best to start with the surrounding, especially the home ground, before getting all this garbage. And the garbage and waste are not only plastics, because there's always a myth that's saying that ocean garbage is always plastic, but it's actually not, because the waste that actually the waste and the garbage found in water are actually woods, minerals, the metals, the woods, the fabrics from our daily use, and also the bottles, the PET bottles around. The reason why people are saying that plastics are the major culprits, major contributions to the ocean waste, because plastic is so light and it floats, so that everybody sees it on the surface itself. Because I believe that, Doc, you have found tons of woods, all these branches, and some even we found mattresses, right? Tires, the used tires in the water itself. So a very basic thing is instead of telling them how to analyze the river water, to analyze anything else, it's best for us to teach them not to get any more garbage or waste to the drain, or just make sure that they get all the food packaging, or the packaging that after they use, throw it into the garbage, that it won't go to the river. Right. I hope that answers you.
Yeah, it does. I have a follow-up question for that, Mr. Cheng.
Yeah.
I understand that MPMA has conducted multiple campaigns throughout the years, and I think one of the most interesting one is started in 2015, which is the Don't Be a Litterbug, Litter Free campaign. My question for you is, has the reception of the campaign, or do you see a larger participation, for example, by the community now compared to in 2015?
Oh, well, it is. It's a very obvious a result that we are so happy. We are so delighted with the result of the Don't Be a Little Bug campaign, because the logo itself is cute, it is a little bug, like a ladybug with like a flowery thing. So it gets to hits the idea that it gets into their mind, and when I see a little bug means I don't be a little bug. Very obvious that after all these events that we have participated, like the cultural events and also the international marathons, we actually got this good feedback from the organizers saying that yeah, it's a good gesture because we found that there are lesser plastic bottles and cups, the one-time use cups that they just discard and throw it everywhere after when they're doing the runs. So we do see people are participating and engaging with this program, not only on the big festivals or not only on during the big events, but they do encourage don't be a little bit in those local small communities programs as well. So I would say that that's a very good move.
Wow, must be a wonderful experience working together with a lot of youth and students when it comes to say no to littering campaigns. Thank you very much for your response, Mr. Cho. My next question is actually I'm going back to Mr. Lim Soon Heng. Mr. Lim, from the opening statement by Dato Tengku Marina earlier, she mentioned that rural, indigenous, and low-income communities are the most impacted from impacts of climate change. And I understand that KL Shakespeare Players actually has a play that is specifically done in Borneo called Nurmani. Understanding that I'm from Sabah itself, so it is quite an interesting experience seeing that there is a play that's being catered to the community in Borneo. So we know that arts is seen and it serves as a mirror for society. So I would like to understand how KL Shakespeare actually adapted the play to fit a more Bornean narrative, so it is more understandable to the locals there. Did you use a local language, or did you manage to gain a lot of interest from the local community in Sabah for Nurmani itself?
No, the story came to us through a Bajau Sama himself. And it's a law that came through his family. So we shared those kinds of stories. And yeah, how does that impact? One, the people feel very proud. And they feel proud. And again, when we talk to indigenous people, they say, we love the land, we preserve the land. Now, I must admit that I am, at the end of the day, primarily an actor and performer. My understanding of plastic waste and pollution is very much the general public. But what I am aware of is enough to say that we need to do something. And what we try to do is to help them become more engaged, more involved. And again, here we need people like Doug and Bacon who have the knowledge about what next you need to do. Our job is not to make them do the things themselves. Like we don't have the content expertise. We turn to people like that. And this whole project came about, or this whole panel discussion came about because Doug came to me and said, hey, I'm looking for somebody in Malaysia who can take theater based on a story that we have written about pollution, plastic pollution. Can you guys do it? So we are always looking for this kind of collaboration, because I don't think any one of us will be successful without going into the schools, without having people who can really act it out. Talking heads don't work. You do this kind of session with students, it's, for me, not going to work. For a few it will, but we need to move them, and theater moves. That's how I would say it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lim. Well, I'm circling back to Mr. Lim. In answering Mr. Lim's answer about how using theater as a form of showing action rather than forcing someone to make changes in their life, based on your experience with Ocean Recovery Alliance, community engagement is crucial in tackling plastic waste management specifically. So what strategies have worked well for you to mobilize and sustain community efforts, especially in areas with very limited infrastructure?
Yeah, great point. So again, going back to theater, when we're working with adults somewhere, if you can bring in Uncle Roo or one of Soon Heng's shows, then you you create a very quick, engaging story and message where everyone can start talking, and it's a big door opener, because people love it and they immediately say, "What's next?" So we have a program which you asked me about before, alluded to, which maybe we need to have Nurman become our hero, because he's a rice spirit, and our project is called Harvest Plastic. So during COVID in Cambodia, we created a program with rice bags, and we created rice bags, but we branded it to Harvest Plastic, not Harvest Rice. And this was the creative surprise. Everyone has a rice bag, but it's for rice. But no, not this time. It's for harvesting plastic. And you do it in your household, taking all the plastic that you have in your daily life, just from your house, not from outdoors, although we had an environmental bag for the dirtier stuff from the outside and the river. Bring it to us, but no food waste and no other waste. That means everything in that bag, even though it was mixed plastic, it was all dry, relatively, and totally uncontaminated. We're getting 85 to 95% recovery rate on everything they bring us. And almost no city in the world can say that today. And it's through just societal change. It wasn't technology. It wasn't a new machine. It wasn't new equipment. It was just the way that we had them activate, and it immediately in the rural area, within one day, stop dumping in the water and burning of trash, because that's the only option they've had. And going back to theater, we use the tool of Willy Wonka and the golden ticket. And that is what incentivizes people. So we have a program where if you bring in 2 kilos, you get a Willy Wonka ticket. And every 2 weeks, when there's a collection event where we weigh and check how much they brought in, we say, "Here's your golden ticket." And one day the ladies all came in and everyone was getting their tickets. And one other lady came later and she said, "How come you all have tickets?" And the lady said, "Well, where's your plastic?" And she said, "Well, I burned it this morning. That's what we always do." And they said, "Well, sorry, you don't get any tickets, because you need to bring your plastic in order to get the prize, or the potential to win the prize and get that golden ticket." And it totally worked. That lady and the whole community from then on avoided burning, dumping, and started collecting. And then when you have feedstock, as Bacon will know, when you have quality feedstock, then the entrepreneurs and the innovators and those with a bit of machinery and equipment start coming to the rescue, because they know you have volume of consistent material that's clean and usable, and that goes into the recycling system. So you got to start with the field work, and then the people. Jurisdictional upswell is what we call it, where you get a whole village changing, not just aiming at one thing like a plastic bottle or a straw. You aim for all of it, and you societally change it. And theater is an amazing way to do that. So Sun Heng, when are we launching our first event?
when we find a strong funder.
Bacon can help us with that.
Yeah.
In 25 minutes, I think.
What's amazing, what's amazing, Doug, a lot of this project, they start kind of small way. And then because a teacher or a student is very excited about it, then the teacher gets involved. And I've seen schools where they have their own recycling of compost, and they grow their own plants, they sell some of the fruit, and they collect plastic and they recycle the plastic to get money to buy seeds. So it starts in small ways. And I think it works when people are moved. We all know about recycle, reuse, recycle, but we don't always do it. There's still a lot of plastic going around that just gets dumped on street sides.
Yeah, I totally agree with what Mr. Dork has just mentioned, that the very stable feedstock is very important to actually encourage the industry to run further, because with the stable resources for the recyclers to actually pick up and to turn it into something else that's very important for the industry's players. Yeah, and also to Mr. Lim that I've been to schools that I asked them about the recycling areas that they said, yeah, we do have that, and I said, what's happening now? Then they said, no man, because people are bringing in garbages. They are no longer bringing in segregated items. Like we're supposed to have like a different colors of bins to collect different waste, like plastic, like glass and metals and woods and paper. But some of the parents, they do not have the great idea of how to actually do the SAS, the segregation at source. So they bring in the whole thing. So the teachers in school will have to spend more time after teaching to clean up all this waste. So it's rather a big challenge for schools to continue to run all these programs. So as what we would do as MPMA and we have run school programs in school. So I've been telling them that you can always emphasize onto a week, like probably like one material for a week, so that they can just focus onto one material. You don't ask them to bring in 3 materials at one time, because you can't be expecting students like at the age of 7 to know to bring in wood and paper for you. So just tell them to let's bring in like some papers for this week. Then you get a small gift, a small token in return for your curriculum's hours or something. Like what Mr. Dockers and Mr. Lim mentioned, this is a very good idea. Like giving a little bit of a reward or encouragement. I would say it's not a reward, an encouragement that would actually brings the whole idea recycle, reduce, and reuse back to a bigger picture. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that input, Mr. Chung. You actually took the question out of my mouth itself, because my next question would have been for all speakers: and how do we better incentivize collaboration between industries, NGOs, and local communities to reduce plastic waste? And we understand that incentivizing communities actually works. They are more than happy to recycle, to collect plastic waste and bring it together to be incentivized with a little token. Coming back to you, Mr. Chung, I understand that you are facing, and the schools that you work with face problems, not so much with the kids and the youth that you have taught them how to recycle, ways of recycling, how to segregate your trash and your garbage, but I think it comes from the older generation that finds it quite challenging to understand why is this necessary. So how do you overcome that challenge itself? Do you also engage with communities from a different demographic, different age group, or are you still focused very much on youth?
Okay, we do go out to the community and tells them that garbage belongs to the garbage bin, but they say, yeah, I don't have that much of, I don't see that many garbage bins around. I said, yeah, you could actually collect all this thing and throw it to the bins. But very often they are too seasoned. They are too seasoned to learn new things, I would say. So still, we go back to the younger generations and let them go back and talk to the elderly, which I find it's more effective than we tell them what to do. Like the granddaughters, they go back, Papa, you have to throw all this thing to the garbage bins. You can't be throwing it anywhere. So the Papa will actually listen to all this thing, rather than, we're telling them that, no. This belongs to this belongs to that. That will be like, come on, I have my own rights. But when the younger generations are telling them, they are not able to refuse that idea. They will just follow, I would say.
Well, that works. Yeah,
Two directions. Policy from the top, and then the young people and grassroots moving.
Yeah.
Yes, and I think voices like yours, Mr. Lim, Mr. Doug, as well as Mr. Bacon Chung, I think voices like yours also plays a very huge role in encouraging and educating the youth and the society and the community itself that this is very important. This is something that we should take very seriously, and we should actually put a lot of importance in speaking about plastic waste, proper management, community engagement for the young who will eventually educate the older generation. Because I realize this as well, that sometimes I need to explain to my dad as well why we do certain things, why we need to recycle. It goes across the board. So it goes across the board. I think my next question is actually for both Mr. Woodring as well as Mr. Lim. My question for the both of you is, how do you envision collaboration between creative organizations like yours and environmental groups in addressing Malaysia's plastic waste crisis?
Go ahead, Doug.
Okay. Well, I have a big vision, so we're going to work with Sun Heng, and we're going to make the best Uncle Roo performance in Malaysia, which is going to then basically infect the planet. So all you need is a really good show. We already have a YouTube channel for Uncle Roo, so different performances around the world have been shown on it, but it's still pretty rudimentary, organic, and we just want others to learn from it. There's no reason you can't have actually 10 different performances of Uncle Roo in Malaysia. You can have in Borneo, and you can have it in the north and the south, Penang and KL. And once you have a troupe who can perform it, even if it's youth who are age 18 to 25, they can tour around to different schools, to corporates, to events and conferences. And so we just feel that we need to get it to the next level. And I think Mr. Lim and his team can really do that. And once we do that, the countries in Africa who already love this as well, and even South America, they're going to see this and say, hey, we can do this just the same but better in our local community. And that's really the angle, because then you get the big bang effect. And then we're going to probably Broadway. So are you ready?
Collective action is necessary. I mean, as theater people, we are quite focused on performing. We don't have the time to say, okay, let's go raise funds to do this. If we do that all the time, then we will be less than a theater company. Doug is in the business of understanding what needs to be done. Same with Bacon. They are the people who are producing the plastic, and they are trying to find a way to ameliorate the consequences of this kind of plastic pollution. So we can no one can work in a silo. We all need to come together, and to some extent, that's where people like the climate governance Malaysia can bring funders, performing arts group, and other NGOs, so that we can all work together to make a difference, a big difference.
Well, it truly is inspirational to watch, and also understand that during this panel discussion itself, I'm already watching a collaboration fostering itself. I think my final question before I pass on the floor to our speakers here for their key takeaways and last takeaways is, are there any programs in the pipeline? Because we understand that Doug, you would like to work with Mr. Sun Heng, and also Mr. Bacon. I understand that you would also like to collaborate with our gentleman from Ocean Recovery Alliance, as well as Cal Shakespeare Plays. Is there any program in the pipeline that we can inform our viewers right now, or if people should keep an eye on any upcoming programs in the pipeline?
2025, look out for us.
Yeah, but not the end of 2025. Before June, it's quite easy. All we need is a bit of funding, and it's easy to turn this on within 3 months. So, there's no need to wait. Easy to put a lot of these programs together. Like I said, 1 + 1 + 1 = 8. And we all have this team of people right here. Malaysia is a really amazing place with the booms and nets. As I said, all countries need booms and nets, and that knowledge and expertise of just putting up simple booms and nets can be exported from Malaysia to others. Malaysia is also great at manufacturing recycling machinery and equipment, and that can be done for smaller scale, fit for purpose equipment. So Malaysia could be a real exporting giant for Southeast Asia and the world for machinery equipment that the Chinas and the Indias and the Germanys of the world can't do. So you put that on top of the theater that soon Heng and I are going to do, and we have a great mix.
So for MPMA, we would really love to work together with Doc and Sun Heng together to bring this theater thing to school to give it a little bit a bigger impact, to let schools, the students and also the public knows about how plastic is not a culprit. Plastic has a very good value to it, and to work together with the green shot and don't be a little bug. And let's do the cuckoo sound.
Staying true, I believe our panel discussion today has stuck through our theme for today, which is empowering community, guardians of sustainability ecosystem, and to end plastic pollution. To protect our ecosystem, we need collective action. And I think we have seen collective action from projects done by Shakespeare Players, Ocean Recovery Alliance, as well as the Malaysian Plastic Manufacturers Association, which dates back all the way to 1992. And I look forward to seeing more collective action being fostered by all of our speakers here. And I'm looking forward to June 2025, perhaps, to attend a very interesting play to see Uncle Roo and Uncle Bacon in action himself. Thank you very much for your time this morning. Thank you very much for joining our Climate Governance Malaysia COP29 parallel program. Mr. Lim, would you like to add anything?
No, just say thank you very much, Ushar, for moderating this session.
No problem.
Yeah, Ushar, I think you need to please audition for the rooster role in the performance. We're getting back to you. Yeah, it's okay. As long as you can crow well, it makes a big impact.
Thank you very much for your time, Mr. Lim Sun Heng from Shakespeare Players, Mr. Doug Woodring from Ocean Recovery Alliance, and Mr. Bacon Chung, Malaysia Plastic Manufacturers Association. My name is Ushar Daniele. Thank you very much for your time, and I hand over the floor to you, Shern.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
I'll be stepping in as your MC for today's session. Ladies and gentlemen, we kindly encourage you to take a moment to complete our survey. Your feedback is invaluable, helping us enhance our experience at future events. Let us now welcome our first keynote from Ahmad, who is a fellow at the Institute of Strategic and International Studies, ISIS. He will be presenting his keynote titled Adapting Malaysia's Infrastructure for Extreme Weather. Hello, can you? Very sorry. I was muted. Sorry. So thanks very much to our panelists. Apologies, everyone. Shern is unfortunately feeling unwell and has had to excuse herself. I'll be stepping in as your MC for today's session. So let us now welcome our first keynote from Ahmad Afandi, who is a fellow at the Institute of Strategic and International Studies, ISIS. He will be presenting his keynote titled Adapting Malaysia's Infrastructure for Extreme Resilience, Weather Resilience. The floor is yours, Ahmad.
Thank you, MC. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, thank you for the opportunity to speak on this vital topic. As we know, infrastructure is more than concrete and steel. It's the foundation of our civilization that holds our economy and society together through interconnected systems such as transport, water, energy, and sanitation. And every aspect of our daily life relies on this seamless functioning that we often take for granted. Yet climate change is exposing the crack in this foundation. Each day, our system are under pressure from increasing climate shocks and stress. In Malaysia, the consequences are already evident. Flash floods, swallowing our street, landslides dragging away what we built, and increasing sinkholes is a grim reminder of what happens when we let decay fester beneath our feet. So this is not just bad weather, it's a systemic fragility in the face of climate change. And this trend shows no signs of slowing down. Latest science said we are already on track to breach the 1.5 degrees C warming in this decade. And while the world is not decarbonizing as fast as it should, and more than we dare to admit at times, and our fourth National Communication Report to the UNFCCC already just offer a glimpse of what at stake. Strategic assets such as power plants, ports, and transport are increasingly at risk, which threatens our economic security, national security, and even trade networks. But why are we facing these challenges? I think that climate change is a trigger, yes, but it's only part of the equation. Human-induced factors fill in the rest. Gaps in policy, outdated building codes, poor maintenance culture, and even corruption have compounded the problem. And this stake could not be higher, especially when Malaysia is positioning itself as the next investment hub in Southeast Asia and chasing the mantle of high-income nation. But our inability to address our vulnerabilities, managing our climate hazards, that presents another layer of reputational risk. So current climate priorities are understandably often center on mitigation, especially those that capture headlines on green investment, promises of net zero, but such efforts will not be sustainable without climate-proofing our infrastructure. Even the energy transition bring new challenges, right? We are shifting from fossil fuel to intermittent renewables that are weather dependent, that can be disrupted by haze or flood, that affecting our energy trilemma. And then our renewable dreams can quickly spiral into nightmare. So how do we move forward, right? Definitely you can't just leave it to communities. First, for new infrastructure, we need more than ambition and policy statement. We need to institutionalize policy and legislation that demand the integration of climate and disaster risk and adaptation, not just at the development project level, but across every planning decision. And our spatial and urban planning must be more climate responsive and science-based. The good news is that our upcoming national adaptation plan can be can start this process, and legislation such as the Climate Change Act can be the instrument to mandate this process as well. But the tricky part is where the existing infrastructure is. We have to expand our risk assessment to critical infrastructure to screen vulnerable and aging system and retrofit them, and that require technical expertise, technical know-how, and enormous funding. So we urgently need climate finance and mobilize private capital. At the planning level, I think government and stakeholder must break free from siloed territorial approach and really adopt a whole of genuine approach, whole of government approach. Finally, at the heart of it, people, right? I think climate proofing our infrastructure should not come at the expense of community and induce maladaptation. For instance, upgrading road drainage based on future rainfall intensity may protect the road itself, but if it causes flooding downstream and affect community, that's not resilience, that's practically failure. So real resilience is interconnected, like protecting everyone, not just some. So in a nutshell, we must transform our infrastructure that is increasingly being fragile in a climate system. There's no sympathy for stagnation. And our path forward is clear, but it isn't just paved with good intention and policy prescription, but with good science, good governance, ruthless clarity, and the will to act. Thank you.
Thank you, Ahmad, for your keynote. We are privileged to have him, fresh from delivering his inspiring keynote, join as a panelist for our second discussion of the day titled Urban Biodiversity, Cultivating Urban Resilience and Adapting to Climate Change. We have a distinguished panel of speakers, including Vivian Soon, Wildlife and Conservation Officer, Coordinator of the Rantayan Urban Green Spaces, RUGS Project, Ms. Baida, Vice President and Founder of the Free Tree Society, Ms. Jelber, Chief Executive Officer of the Malaysia Green Building Council, Malaysia GBC, Adri Hazim Rashid, President for Friends of Bukit Dinding, and Ashwin Kalachelvan, Project Associate at the Malaysian Nature Society, MNS, who will be the moderator for this session. Please join me in warmly welcoming our esteemed panelists as they lead us through this discussion.
Test. All right. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the panel discussion that is being held. Yeah, can you hear? All right. Yeah, I would like to thank Climate Governance Malaysia for organizing this parallel event in conjunction with COP29. And for this panel discussion, the topic for today's session is urban biodiversity, cultivating urban resilience and adapting to climate change. So for today, we have a series of questions directed to the panelists. And this is followed by a Q&A session. We'll take questions from any of the viewers if we have time. Thank you for tuning in. So without further ado, let's get to our questions. So the first question is directed to Miss Vivian Soon from the Malaysian Nature Society. So the question is how green corridors can improve climate resilience, adaptation, and biodiversity.
Right, thank you, Ashwin, for the question. So yeah, I've actually prepared a little slide for that. So let me share it. Let's see. Okay. Just zoom in a little bit. Okay. All right. Can everyone see it? All right. So you know, as the climate change intensifies, there's an urgent need for us to be climate resilient, where we need to anticipate, prepare for the effects and respond to the effects, as well as to adapt and also recover from these climate change effects. And green corridors has been, you know, emerging as a one of the key solutions to improve the long-term sustainability of the environmental health, social health, and also the economic health amidst all these evolving climatic conditions. And you know, green corridors, as we know, interconnected green spaces. They provide vital ecosystem services and also help to improve the microclimatic conditions of the area. And not only that, they also protect biodiversity and also provide socio-economic benefits to the community that lives within the area, especially in urban settings where the ecosystem services are very much needed here. So with that in mind, Malaysian Nature Society has also came up with a project called the Rancangan Urban Green Spaces, or RUGS in short. So this project aims to reconnect the fragmented green spaces that we have in Klang Valley here in Peninsular Malaysia through community-led efforts. And just a quick sharing of how the green spaces within Klang Valley, it's just a little bit of Malaysia, which is like one of the most densely populated areas. It shows how the green spaces have evolved in the past 40 years. And looking back, it also shows us how we can actually reconnect all these green spaces back for the benefit of the future generation. So one of the key ecosystem services that can help in climate resilience and adaptation is regulating temperature and air quality. So the a green corridor actually acts as a buffer against urban heat island effects by providing services such as absorbing carbon dioxide, or called as carbon sequestration, and also cool down the surrounding areas through evapotranspiration of the trees. And this can, you know, decrease the ambient temperature by 0.5 to 1 degree Celsius, although this digit may seem very, very small and minor, but such minor reduction in temperature can actually have very significant ecological impacts on the environment, which influence the transpiration rate of plants and also species survival thresholds. For example, in Singapore, they have the park connector. They have demonstrated that the park connector actually has a cooling effect on the environment, which reduces the energy demand for air conditioning. And besides that, the green spaces are also critical for water retention and also flood mitigation. So, because the vegetation actually helps to reduce surface runoff and also to intercept rainfalls by absorbing water. And by absorbing and filtering water, the green space can actually reduce the risk of urban flooding, which is one of the most increasing events lately due to the erratic weather changes. And this can contribute to climate adaptation, especially in urban cities. And also, besides that, the green corridors are actually a refuge for wildlife, not just for birds, but also mammals, small insects, and other animals. And to have the green corridor is actually connects their habitats from one to another, which allows them to move freely from one habitat to another to search for their mates, which includes promoting genetic biodiversity and increase their food resources and also the strata for their food, and which ultimately leads to a healthier population of wildlife and also ensure the survival of all these species. And in addition to that, green corridors, not just for the wildlife, but also for human, we can, use the green corridors for recreation and stress relief to improve our mental health being, and also physical health as well when we do hiking and things like that. So one of the examples of green corridors that are utilized by the communities within the area is one of such is the Pulai Trail, which is managed by Free Tree Society, and they serve as a escape for the Bangsa community during the pandemic, where they can just relieve their stress during the lockdown, to just enjoy the nature within their residential areas. And others such as Taman Tunku, Ring, Perdana Botanical Garden, or the KLCC Park, and many other community forests within the area. But such services are very dependent on the abundance and also the structure of the vegetation of these green corridors. It depends on the size and shape of the area, the plant composition, and also the characteristics like how high are the canopies and how dense is it. So the design of these green corridors actually determines the performance in delivering the ecosystem services, and also have different outcomes depending on their structure. So for example, bigger green corridors with diverse plant compositions actually has more robust climate adaptation or resilience. So in summary, green corridors are multifaceted tools that can actually help us in combating the climate change challenges, and by mitigating heat, managing the water retention, and also protecting biodiversity, this ultimately benefits the urban population as they serve as a solution or a tool for climate adaptation and resilience strategies. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vivian. Yeah, lots of insights on connecting green spaces. Yeah, I think it's very relevant to our urban context, which we are discussing today. So the next follow-up question is for Ms. Baida from Free Tree Society. So yeah, the question for you is, what are the main challenges in establishing or preserving green spaces and its connectivity?
Thank you for the question, Ashwin. Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia faces the typical scenario of rapid urbanization that is faced by so many cities around the world, and development is a huge problem in and of itself. But I don't want to talk so much about development. But another key problem for preserving remaining green spaces and creating new ones stems from a lack of appreciation of nature. So many people remain ignorant to the crucial environmental services that nature provides in an urban landscape. So if a developer bids for some green space or urban forest for development, there has typically been very little pushback from people at a grassroots level. So authorities will bow to development pressure. There is higher economic value in a forest that has been removed for development, and it's seen as contributing more to the betterment of society economically. And people want to have their condominium in the hills overlooking the bright lights of, the city. So another example would be on a smaller scale. A typical aspect of our city life is that cars and where to park these cars have become a priority, and many landscape verges suffer being paved over for parking space. So urban trees suffer from being so misunderstood, from the type of species selected to the growing conditions they're expected to thrive in, to the numerous misconceptions people seem to have about their roots, that they will fall over, that they're going to spread dengue and mosquitoes. So human-tree conflict is a very real thing. So at a very grassroots level, one of the biggest obstacles faced in establishing or preserving green spaces and their connectivity is ignorance and fear of nature, or simply apathy. People don't care about what they don't value. So when I founded the organization Free Tree Society, one of the main reasons was because I saw neighbors paving over their gardens, replacing beautiful lawn and growing space with bare concrete that after a few heavy rains, it turns black with mold. It's an incredibly ugly aesthetic. And that is why I work at Free Tree Society. We focus on engaging people to understand and appreciate nature. Life is a learning journey, and many urbanites have missed out on gardening and caring for the planet because of the city's built environment. Huge populations of people are born and raised in an apartment with a sterile landscape strip out the front that serves as a very poor excuse for a thriving garden. So being able to offer a service that connects people back with nature is healing and nurturing. We have trained over 65,000 environmental stewards this way, and we've given away over 72,000 free trees to help people engage with nature and, you know, green up their surroundings. So urbanites, thankfully, they seem to be waking up to valuing green spaces for what it represents to them in terms of human health. So the green space that is fundamental to creating a livable city. So currently, Kuala Lumpur is below the World Health Organization's recommended ratio for green space per person as an international baseline standard. And people feel it, especially when they're trapped in endless traffic, when flash floods occur almost every time it rains. You know, something has clicked that development does not create a wonderful place to live. You know, and hopefully now this is the right time to take advantage of all of these feelings and to create, you know, that green change. So one of our current projects is under the Rugs project that Vivian just mentioned earlier, where we're trying to advocate for the legal protection of a small urban forest in tandem with an ecological connector project. The ecological connector project from this particular forest to another green space that runs across a huge swath of suburban homes. This project encompasses awareness raising and placemaking, multi-stakeholder engagement and advocacy, and biodiversity conservation through grassroots rewilding using native plants to support native wildlife. So it's a massive project. But it's about testing the appetite of our local grassroots for preserving green spaces and connecting and creating connectivity. What is important to us is to achieve in the early stages, not so much the physical connections of green space, but seeding the awareness and appreciation to support such green spaces. Will the public come out to advocate to save 5 hectares of urban forest? Will the public come out to collect 5,000 free trees and plant them in their gardens? Will the public observe that if a little sunbird pops by to drink from the flowers and contribute to citizen science? Public participation increases ownership of green spaces. And I don't mean the few number of people sitting on this panel, but, you know, a large representation of a target area. It helps to steer the authorities in their decision making. So getting people to overcome apathy and fear, getting people inspired to action, getting people to commit to a movement. If the public responds to our project and the many different and varied activities, it will be a clear indicator that green spaces are desired, and that's a win. So resounding public participation for a new project in our landscape area, that's our challenge.
All right, thank you, Ms. Bada. Yeah, I think you hit at the core of the issue is that we need the grassroots to be involved in this, yes. And then we need to overcome that fear of nature, you know, and to embrace nature. Yes, thank you very much. So yeah, this next question is for Mitch Gilbert from the Malaysian Green Building Council. So yeah, the question is, how green spaces can be integrated into urban planning to support biodiversity and community access.
Hey, thank you, Ashwin. I think like Vivian, I'll share a few slides to guide the presentation. Right, are you able to see?
Yes.
So first, just a quick introduction. The organization I represent is the Malaysia Green Building Council. We're a non-profit, membership-based organization, a member of the World Green Building Council, which is an action network, global action network of 80 plus countries around the world. And I'll talk a little bit, I mean, Baida talked about the grassroots. I'll talk about maybe from the top-down perspective, planning perspective, covering three items: health, equity, and access, heat island effect in urban microclimates, and resilience and flood mitigation. And I think Vivian introduced these subjects very well in the context of the RUGS project. Zooming in at scale, you know, green spaces are essential for promoting, hold on a second, promoting health, physical activity, well-being of residents. And, you know, as the previous presenters have mentioned, these are often undervalued and overlooked. They're really essential public amenities. And the key aspect of them is that they're accessible to everyone, regardless of age, ability, or socioeconomic status. These are spaces that fundamentally promote equity in urban environments. So investment in our natural urban habitats and ecosystems as a multiplier effect, because it's not limited to private development. It provides amenity that cuts across vast swaths of the city in terms of our natural ecosystems and our man-made ecosystems. Vivian talked about the heat island effect, and it has to be reiterated the significant impact of urban landscapes. I think Vivian mentioned around 1 degree Celsius in terms of heat mitigation. And this actually, according to data studies, can be up to 5 degrees Celsius of cooling. And when you look at the shade, how that's compounded by shading effect, the surface temperature of asphalt and streets can actually be reduced by up to 20 degrees Celsius. So, you know, there's the parable of being able to cook an egg on a concrete surface. That's not possible when that direct solar heat gain is mitigated by trees. So the effect of this really can't be underestimated, because it allows our cities to become more comfortable for inhabitants, also more walkable, and significantly reduces the energy demand for cooling in buildings. Now, all of this is supported by data and is tractable. If you have an urban development that goes beyond current open space requirements, which entail in most cities in Malaysia are about 10% of development area, you're reducing the heat gain of that project by 5%, 10%, or even more. So there's a qualitative improvement. There's also a quantitative improvement. There's a direct payback period of investment in ecological systems, even on a very small scale for individual developments. And the last item, which Vivian also talked about, is climate resilience. And when well-designed, parks and constructed wetlands can act as really powerful buffers against extreme weather events. So we see in cities across Malaysia significant flooding, which has increased over time. Designing our natural parks to act as stormwater buffers and repositories is essential. I mean, it's a very extremely cost-effective methodology to ensure that our cities are resilient going into the future. If rather than having neighborhoods flood, parks which provide amenity to residents, ecological systems, those can flood. You know, those spaces can actually be stormwater overflow, designed as stormwater overflows, which flood during at times of year which have extreme weather events, and that protects our neighborhoods, that protects our habited areas, and mitigates direct impact of these weather events on human inhabitants. Parks can rebound much more resiliently than a neighborhood, than an urban street. And that's in terms of the financial impact and damage, but also the ecological system. And on the front end, permeable surfaces allow for rainwater to infiltrate back into the aquifer, and this reduces burden on stormwater systems, oftentimes preventing the flooding in the first place. So these systems are, when designed properly, are extremely powerful planning strategies and design strategies that allow cities to support biodiversity, livability, and inclusion well into the future. Bida mentioned some of the challenges, so I'll just end with, the main challenge in Malaysia that we face is that our regulatory system, our governments tend to be non-integrated. They tend to be balkanized, and a lot of the planning for these kinds of initiatives require integrative design. They require multiple levels of government, state, federal, and local, to work together, different departments between government bureaucracies to coordinate with each other, to design for multiple considerations and not just a singular tunnel vision concern. So this is really the single greatest challenge we face from a planning perspective as Malaysia, is that balkanization of government departments and policy to not engage with our city ecosystems in a more comprehensive and holistic manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mitch. That's a lot of very useful insights, and it's very technical, but yeah, I think a lot of insights on how we can green our buildings and the importance of having green spaces to for climate resilience and flood mitigation. That's very good. Yeah, I think we'll need to see how moving forward, like we can integrate this into the urban planning and so on. Yeah. So yeah, next the question is for Adri Hazim from the Friends of Bukit Dinding. So yeah, please share from the NGO's perspective on how is it like working with local communities to achieve greater green connectivity?
Hi, thanks, Ashwin. Hi, everyone. So I'm Adri from Friends of Bukit Dinding, and what we are doing with FOBD and the local community over at Bukit Dinding, it's a multifaceted project and it's a very large community. So first of all, I would say, based on our experience, is really setting a baseline, figuring out who the players are in the community, so that we can figure out what exactly we have to do for them. So the first step we've done ecologically is, of course, we have MNS that is doing great work, helping us to determine a biodiversity baseline. Because before this, of course, we are championing for the preservation of Bukit Dinding as a community space and a climate change defense asset. And without knowing what we have on that hill, it's hard to protect it. So as Bida had said earlier, public participation creates ownership and commitment to a cause. So the first step, getting that baseline so that we would have more information about what's at stake if the area were to be developed for real estate development. So that's the first step. So secondly, physical wise, as you posed in your question, we actually have to get people physically into the area. So if we are not close to nature, we would not have much appreciation for it, true? So to get people into the area, what we've done, we've built quite a bit of green infrastructure. We've developed 15 kilometers of low impact hiking trails. We're still maintaining the mountain bike trails, and we've improved wayfinding across the hill, so that more visitors, more hikers, walkers, and mountain bikers can experience the area and get close to nature without too much risk, We also have a park management program underway. So when we have issues, for example, after the big storm last month, we've had to close some of these trails, and it's more complicated than just closing a trail. You also have to explain why they're closed. You have to show evidence of what's happened, and you have to explain every step of the way when you're working with a community. So because the job of an NGO in a community is to bring the correct information to the table, because a lot of time in these sort of environments, people are misinformed or disinformed, and that's our job as the people who know exactly what's going on, and to bring the information to the right people. So interpersonal wise, it's about creating a community that is able to appreciate the asset that's in place. So for us, we are managing one of the assets of the rugs program, Bukit Dinding, and to create that community was one of the biggest pushes for us, because there is a very large community there, and it's made up of several different types of users. So you have like recreational walkers, you have hikers, you have ultra runners, you have mountain bikers, and getting everybody on the same page and getting them to understand the story of what's going on in Bukit Dinding was a huge challenge, but also very rewarding for us. Is there a question here? Okay, so putting it all together, I would say that working with local communities requires a commitment to information. Okay, and we have to bring across information in as little technical terms as possible, so that as many people as possible can understand it, and also being the link between the community and lawmakers, people who are in power, because it's as Mitch said, there's a lot of levels of government in Malaysia, very balkanized government, as Mitch said, and somebody has to help the local community to navigate this. So yes, we champion the protection of biodiversity, we champion the use of urban green spaces, and we champion the protection of these climate change defense assets. But at the same time, we have to be the link between those who actually have the power to protect these assets and those who want it to happen. So that is really our role at Bukit Dinding. And yeah, I guess that's all I have to share today. If you have any questions, I'd love to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, Adri Hazim. A lot of insights on working on the ground with the people and getting them involved in the process. So really good job. And yeah, I think your point about being the link, because sometimes people can't relate to things when they are too technical and all, and so to explain things that are in a simple manner might attract more people to be involved. Yeah. Okay, yeah. The next question is for Mr. Ahmad Afandi from ISIS, Institute of Strategic and Institutionalized Studies. So the question is, can you share about any policies or funding models that can support green connectivity projects or community-led efforts?
Yeah, thanks, Ashwin. Being the fifth panelist is often not easy lah. Everyone already mentioned your points, but that's okay. I think I can allow me to share quite a different perspective. But to begin with, right, we actually in Malaysia, I think we all know we do have a lot of policies, and a lot of them supports urban biodiversity. I won't list down everything, but major example is our national biodiversity policy that was launched last year. Finally, have a specific targets on urban and rural biodiversity. The National Physical Plan for our apex land use document. Also talk about connecting green, blue, and brown corridors. Even the new national climate change policy that was launched 2 months ago with ICIS date with the Ministry of Natural Resource, explicitly advocate for adaptation solutions that has co-benefit, such as Point City, nature-based. Also, we have plans like Center for Spine and all that. But these policies, right, when you ask us now, it's only as potent as those who will them. So in this case, it's how these policies are translated and implemented at the state and local level. Because ultimately, when we talk about biodiversity, urban or rural, maybe except for Kuala Lumpur, the success is really at the state and local level because land is a state matter. So state government have their own, most of them have their own forest cover target, land use planning framework, and cities have their land use zoning, current and future, and also their targets for green spaces, most of them. But still in our urban area, right, we still witnessing loss of green lungs, which often being turned into like properties or housing for projects that we don't really need. And flood retention ponds are often being degazetted and alienated. And for my research and experience, I think it mainly comes down to this. The incentive structure at state and local level is extremely flawed, right? Because just like state, local government continue to rely so much on land revenue from assessment tax and quit rent compared to other countries where local government earn more tax from equitable sources like income and sales. For instance, take housing, right? Each parcel of land, each unit of housing in a 50-story condo is a source of revenue for the local government. Hence, the incentive to clear is so much. And not to mention for the pressure from lobbies and vested interests, which I won't go there. And as I think most of the panelists know, once you alienated land or privatize them, it's so difficult to get back, right? So the thing is, despite how beautiful policy or zoning is being done, land use in Malaysia is still, ultimately subjected to free market principle, which, as you know, capitalism itself, and this metric GDP doesn't factor in public goods such as nature. And this relates to what other panelists mentioned just now. Like we continue to undervalue nature, even though we know global GDP rely on 50% of them. So on paper, concepts such as point city, nature-based solution, is very brilliant and good, but in Malaysia, the structural issue has not changed. Let's take another issue, right? For example, we know green spaces can increase flood resilience, but there is no economic rationale for state and local government to conserve them because flood mitigation expenses, disaster aid, is purely borne by the federal government. So just at the policy and practice level, the state and local government have very little incentive to adopt sustainable land use planning because they know someone is paying for them, right? Clearing land is much more profitable when you don't have to pay for the cost. So this enabling mechanism, right, and I believe that grassroots and collective action is very key. But allow me to just touch from top down as well. This is where the incentive structure has to change at local level to make it more nature positive. And we have seen some efforts from federal government, like the ecological fiscal transfer, where they incentivize state government to conserve forests by giving some revenue. But we know that's not enough. But at local level, we need similar incentive and stronger criteria. If a city manage to conserve their green spaces, adopt more dual-purpose structure, and have parks with flood retention pond, that should be rewarded, right? There should be increased allocation for them. Right now, it just pure local government only get funding mainly from two things, like population and length of roads. That's why in their structure plan, they like to over-project their population. They get more money. But you have to include some nature criteria as well there. And this has to be extended not just at government, but also business, especially sectors with high environmental footprint. So they can go beyond ESG to really internalize their negative externalities. And you can't do this with awareness and market forces alone, right? You need strong regulation, strong governance, because putting a price and protection of public goods such as nature is the responsibility of state and the government. It's not business. It's never been a business. So right now, most of the externalities is borne by the public, right? Human-wildlife conflict, you've seen more macaques and boars entering, even my house, my mom's house recently, and flooding, if you ask me. So these are just symptoms of market failure. Another one, let me give an example. In the National Fiscal Plan 4, there's actually a prescription that says development project in Malaysia need to impose requirement of biodiversity compensation, where developers, of course, they have to reduce the biodiversity losses, follow a hierarchy, but the residual remaining, they actually have to replace them, either by physical replacement or monetary compensation, which determined with regulators, like towards a no net loss of biodiversity. But this has not been formalized and institutionalized so far. But let's say if you have that kind of policy, right, that kind of mechanism, you doing that, you create a few things, right? First, you level the playing field. You create incentive for business to actually reduce biodiversity loss, not just reporting, for them to integrate green spaces into their planning. And you create a source of revenue for government where polluters are paying for the damage they cause and not just borne by public funding. And third, you help create a market for conservation because now there's a demand for carbon credits or biodiversity credit because now there is a regulation in place for polluters to compensate for their biodiversity impact. But like all policies, right, it requires a very strong political will. I think that's the biggest elephant in the room. I stop here for now. I can continue more later on. Thanks.
Thank you, Ahmad Afandi. Lots of points there. Yeah, and a lot of issues. I think some of the points that you raised were also raised by Mitch just now, about how the different agencies are having a disconnect in the vision that they have for development. Yeah, and a lot. So yeah, thank you for your sharing. So yeah, we have a few questions that were being sent. I think one of it is yeah, I think any of the panelists can answer. How does urban biodiversity matter, and what does it bring to the table, other than leaf litter, falling trees, roadkills? What is the benefit of urban biodiversity? Yeah, maybe Vivian can answer this.
All right. Yeah, so when we mention urban biodiversity, it's not just referring to animals, but urban diversity is also the plants and also the little fungi that are living with like around us. But imagine living in a place void of plants and animals. We will not be living the current life that we have now, because we're all really interconnected to one another. We will not have trees to provide shade or absorb carbon dioxide, which means that we will be living in like extreme temperatures over here. We will not have pollinators like bees or butterflies to pollinate our fruit trees or our plants or our crops, which they ensure food security for us, even in the urban settings, and also provide pest control services. Birds will help to eat insects or pest insects, or even rodents and things like that. We also, for leaf litter, we always see leaf litter as trash, things that clog up our drains, but they actually contribute to the nutrient cycling or soil health, which also supports the small creatures. They provide microhabitats for small creatures like insects. And when we talk about biodiversity, it's like a complex food web where small creatures or little fungi from these leaf litters are the base of the food chain or food web, and bigger animals or organisms eat the smaller organisms, and ultimately in the end of the food chain where human is, we will be affected if our urban biodiversity is like very it's not diverse now. So we will be ultimately, humans ourselves will be ultimately affected by the lack of urban biodiversity. Yeah. So, and falling trees are only an issue because we have been developing the urban cities so much that we have taken up the space for the trees to actually grow their roots properly. And I think with better management of the biodiversity around the urban cities, they do not pose such issues such as leaf litter, falling trees, or roadkills to us as much. Yeah.
All right,
And
thank you.
ultimately, we ourselves are also part of the biodiversity. So we have the ability to actually manage and control all these pros and cons, and we must do something about it. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Vivian, for the answer. Yeah, next question. Maybe it's more relevant to Mitch. So regarding sustainable and green real estate development, do you think Malaysia is moving on the right track, or are we too slow in terms of adopting such a paradigm shift in implementation compared to our regional neighbors?
So I think I'd like to reiterate what Ahmad was saying just now. We are making a lot of very important steps, and in terms of when I first moved to Malaysia 20 years ago, and now the progress, the change in awareness at all levels of government, public sector, corporate sector, has been really nothing short of remarkable. And so I think it has to be said that from a high level perspective, Malaysia has progressed tremendously in a very, very short period of time. That said, there's a lot of challenges that remain, and some of these are quite significant. What Ahmad said about the structural incentives in a system of capitalist development are very real. And one of the unique challenges we have in Malaysia is that because of the breakdown of our federal, state, and local governments, state governments and local authorities are incentivized to think of land in terms of a capital profit model, which is fairly unique if you look globally. Usually it's the domain of the public sector, public authorities to provide regulatory oversight, planning for development, preservation and conservation. Whereas in Malaysia, because of the way that our government bureaucracies have developed, they often play an acceleratory, the role of an accelerant to these kind of capitalist mechanisms. So it's very challenging. But that said, we are moving in the right direction. And just in terms of counterpoint, if we look at some regional comparisons, Singapore NParks employs about 1,000 staff, plus minus. Kuala Lumpur employs somewhere around 5 to 10 arborists. The city of Vancouver, which I just came back from a few months ago, their parks department employs over 3,000 staff. It's about 1/3 of the entire city municipal workforce is parks employees. And this is reflected in the quality, the management, the maintenance, and the planning of parks in that city. So like Baida referenced before, ultimately this is a issue of value proposition. And so as a country, we've been moving in this direction very quickly, but there are really important steps that need to be taken where we appreciate collectively the value of natural systems in our urban environments, and for the future growth and sustainability of our country, that these are not just ecological preservation. These are not just about sustainability. These are really a very vital economic growth engine for how we think about value, not just in terms of exploitation, but in terms of adding value to our communities, adding value to our environments, and changing the way we think about where that value comes from. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Mitch. Yeah, so I think we have one more question from the floor, which it's directed to Ahmad Afandi. So the question is, Ahmad, do you think that policies alone, like those you mentioned, is effective in changing structural changes to ensure more greener spaces are preserved?
Yeah, thank you. Like I mentioned, I think in terms of policies alone, this is definitely not enough. Right? Having a policy per se in Malaysia, I think we are the most countries which have so much of policies. Right? But you can tell the implementation has been very tricky because of what I mentioned just now. In this federal state jurisdictional dichotomy, right? Federal government only can prescribe guidelines and policy prescription and targets, but it ultimately depends on how states adopt them, and what Mitch mentioned just now about the revenue sharing mechanism, the incentive structure is flawed. But ultimately, I also think that in Malaysia there is a lot of policy, but there's a lack of policy instruments, if that makes sense. So basically, when you have a policy, right, you need to have what is the policy instruments that you're going to use to achieve all these policy targets. So like, going to achieve this much of forest cover target, green spaces target? Is it a regulatory? Is it informational? Is it market based? So this is why I think there is not enough emphasis has been put in place from the government. In terms of structural challenges, like I mentioned just now, I think we really need to put some stronger incentive for local government to actually preserve their green spaces and all that. Yeah, thank you. I think there's a follow-up question. Like, how do we?
Yeah.
I think there's a follow-up question. How do you hold them accountable to ensure that policies are for our benefit? So I think for me personally, I would maybe a bit of controversial, but I would say part of empowering community. I think we want them to advocate for green spaces and all that, but we really need to have a more localized governance and democratization of decision making. This also means we need to redistribute our decision-making authority, right? We saw from central government to state local level. But we also need to have a formalized process where people can be part of the decision-making process, just beyond local plans, structure plans, where people can hold government more accountable. So I'm not sure, where Malaysia stand right now in local election, but I believe from my point of view that it should come back, because this is where local government need to help the people need to hold local government accountable. Right now, I think there is no mechanism of that whatsoever, and even the local government, most of them are being politically appointed by the state, right? So we need another process where people can have a say, right? So in a way, it is more a huge part of empowering community is that, beyond just asking community to do green practices, which is important, right? So I think moving forward, more localized governance, democratization of decision making, that would be really how you ensure that policies are really people centric rather than more capitalist centric.
Thank you, Ahmad. Yeah. All right. So the next question is my personal question to all of you. Yeah, to all the panelists. So yeah, please share your vision of what a well-connected green landscape with active community involvement look like in 10 years from now, underscoring the impact of ongoing engagement and support for long-term sustainability. Yeah. So anyone would like to answer?
Yeah, I'll kick off. I mean, I think a lot of what we've been speaking about today involves mindset change. And when we look at, it's easy when we talk about these issues to think of it in terms of glass half full and glass half empty. And I think it's really important to realize that, one of our unique abilities as humans is to change and transform and adapt. And if you look at Malaysia as a case study, what's happening from a policy perspective, a governance perspective, we're having a fundamental transition where we're used to thinking of ourselves as an oil and gas producing country, where fossil fuels are considered cheap and a pathway to development for the nation. And this is changing, and it's changing extremely quickly. Fossil fuels are now more expensive than renewables. In Malaysia, we're a net importer of energy resources, and the future of the country looks very different than the last 40, 50, 60 years of the country. And this is a change that's happening incredibly quickly. And using that as a case study provides a very useful precedent for other areas of sustainability, like ecological connectivity, urban green spaces, urban corridors, which may be underappreciated now, but with grassroots action, community awareness, a lot of the panelists around this table are working towards, the capacity is there for us to change this value proposition very, very quickly. So it's important not to be discouraged. People change faster than we have the capacity to understand our capacity for change. Say that again. We have the capacity to change faster than we realize. And so even though some of these challenges feel formidable or insurmountable, we have the power to change them and change them very, very quickly. Thanks.
Thank you, Mitch. Anyone else like to share?
I'd like to chime in. So, Mitch, beautiful words. Right at the end, that was that's worth writing down, because we have the power to change faster than we realize. And I'd say, a vision for the next 10 years, Ashwin, is that what we are doing here should be the norm rather than the exception. This should be mainstreamed, and grassroots movement would be a lot more mainstream. We would see a lot more government engagement in protection of our green spaces. And we look forward to having supportive policies to protect green spaces, because honestly, the conservation of all of these urban green spaces and creating connectivity, it shouldn't have to be a fight. We should be able to have policy, and all of our actors here, we should be able to just get on with our work without having to think about adjusting policy, how to navigate the government environment. So that's the vision for the next 10 years, where we can just get down, get our hands dirty, and without having to worry about the legal and political environment around us. And so that this is the norm rather than the exception. So that's what I have.
Thank you, Adriazim. Very nice. Yeah. Anyone else? No.
Yeah, I'll just
Right.
jump in just to speak a little bit more about green spaces. So for me, in 10 years from now, I'd hope to see a more natural Malaysian landscape aesthetic. So municipal streetscapes and housing, neighborhoods planted with more than 70% of the mass of greenery actually being native. Or at least highly supported naturalized species. So research has indicated that for an ecosystem to remain robust, it should consist of at least 70% native green mass cover, and anything less than that, an ecosystem would easily face collapse. So I hope that to see people in local governments actually appreciating their green spaces, not just for the exotic aesthetics and planting for the sake of planting. So many gardenscapes, are by and large, very sterile sculptures, but planting for the richness of local wildlife that these spaces can support. So gardens and streetscapes that are alive with movement, fleeting color from bird life and butterflies, bursts of sounds from insects and bird song. So imagine being visually accepting of gardens even that aren't that remain messy, juxtaposed against high maintenance gardens that are manicured and controlled 24/7, 365 days of the year. We have so little green space left that every square foot counts towards supporting biodiversity. And seeing that kind of successful urban rewilding, not just involving, grassroots working in tandem with local council. But it's more than that when you want to sort of amplify that impact. It's everybody has to be on board with the same principles of what to plant, why we're doing it. And that knowledge on how to use native plants, the skills on, urban forest techniques, planting urban forest techniques in an urban space, for example, that's suitable for cramped conditions. But imagine a tree there that could support a hornbill, for example. So let's go maybe one step further and see an active community on board, supporting wildlife, not like the question earlier from Sean about leaf litter and things like that. So I think finally for me, it would just be having a reality check also that no one group is going to fix biodiversity loss or climate crisis. We're all in it together. Everyone has to help. We know that there's a role for multi-stakeholder partnerships to drive nature transition. So the public sector, the corporations, the NGOs, the grassroots, all working together on a shared goal. But individually, me, my husband, my kids, my neighbors, we all need to play our parts. And the faster we learn this, the faster we will turn the dial back on the destruction that we're hurtling towards. So, yeah, all of us.
Thank you, Ms. Baida. Very nice. Yeah, who else?
Yeah,
Okay.
quickly, maybe Vivian can say something. I also want to answer a bit. There's one question on the chat, but hopefully this, what I say, will come less than 10 years. But I really hope that Malaysia will be one of the first country that adopted a beyond GDP agenda as a growth measurement, right? So at least now nature and benefits community and people is no longer undervalued, but very much integrated in planning, fiscal and decision making. And I am actually quite hopeful, despite what I said earlier. Malaysia is not starting from zero. Actually, the Department of Statistics Malaysia have produced a lot of index for better measurement of growth, like the green economy indicators, well-being index, the gender gaps index, happiness index. So the tools are already there. And I think I concur to what the other panelists said. I think a lot of people are actually demanding this without realizing it, that the public know something is wrong, right? Development is going up, GDP is going up, income is going up, but I'm not feeling it. Wealth inequality has increased. Elite accumulation of wealth is keep increasing, right? And development is not benefiting everyone equally. So there is a movement by the public as well that hopefully can push this agenda. So I think the building blocks is already there, and very important we start valuing nature in the Malaysia context, right? To reorient back our economic engine. So in my opinion, I think hopefully no need for 10 years, but I think Malaysia should really start championing this agenda. And I hope we can be the first ASEAN country that do this, like especially when we assume the ASEAN chairmanship next year and work together with regional partners. How you push for this beyond GDP agenda in our Malaysia context and the global South context as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Ahmad. Very insightful.
So I'll
Thanks,
be the last
Vivian.
one to
Yep.
chime in. So I have a little bit of time. I'll be fast. Yeah. So 10 years, like what 1 decade may seem like a long time, but it's actually quite short. Considering that the current situation that we're in with the whole climate change, and changes takes time to happen and come to fruition. But as Mitch has said, we can actually do something real fast. And with the public demand, we can actually help to expedite the process for the adoption and also the implementation of all the policies that we already have and will have in the future. So, in 10 years from now, I really hope that, the projects that all of us are doing currently are actually, flourish and expand to be even more than what we have envisioned right now. We will have more green spaces or expanded green spaces within our areas, and backyard gardens or community gardens in residential areas. It's a norm instead of having flat lawns with really clean roads without any leaf litters. In the 10 years in the future, we hope that the community actually realize that we can actually coexist with nature and which we can benefit from it as well. Yeah. So I'll keep it short here. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Vivian. So a big thank you to all the panelists for your sharings. I think we all definitely learned a lot, and I think there's definitely all of us, we can bring back something to all our individual initiatives. So I think, big thank you to everyone for sharing. So we'll come to a close to our panel discussion for today. The title being Urban Biodiversity, Cultivating Urban Resilience and Adapting to Climate Change. Also a big thank you to Climate Governance Malaysia for organizing this parallel event in conjunction with COP29, the United Nations Climate Change Conference that is being held in Baku. So with that, I would like to pass the floor to the MC, Ushar. Thank you.
Thank you all for the great discussion. Now, it is my privilege to introduce our second keynote for the day, titled Connected Mangroves, Harnessing the Power of Community and Technology, presented by Supriya Prasannan, Group Legal Counsel of Ericsson. Over to you, Supriya.
Hi, thank you. Can you see me? All good?
All good.
Yeah? All right. Well, greetings of peace and good day to everybody. It's a great privilege and honor to be invited to participate in this 29th Conference of Parties by the virtual event that we are in. And I would like to thank Climate Governance Malaysia for the kind invitation. We in Ericsson, we believe in this global climate negotiation and plays a crucial role in shaping our future. COP29 is indeed a vital platform for advancing the goals of the Paris Agreement, aiming to limit or bring down the global warming to a well below 2% or 2 degrees centigrade. And I think it's super important for us all to be part of something great like this. Ericsson on its own has been a steadfast supporter of the Paris Agreement from the beginning. We have set our science-based targets in 2018, and ever since we actually have surpassed it. And for an example, in Malaysia, as part of this initiative, we had actually built a energy efficient 5G network for Digital National Berhad, our client, or also known as DNB. And today, that network requires 30% less energy compared to our 2021 baseline. So it's encouraging that these things can happen if we take initiatives to it. We are also known, as we are known globally as a leader in telecommunications in Malaysia. We have actually gained a lot of attention from our global customers for our Connected Mangroves project, which I and my colleagues started in 2015, and we have been supporting it till today. So what is Connected Mangrove? Well, we get the mangroves to speak to us, and I'll tell you further on that. So in 2015, as a gift back for Ericsson Malaysia's 50 years in Malaysia, we decided to plant mangroves, and we got connected to a coastal community called Sahabat Kampung Dato Hormat, which is in Sabah Bernam, through their conservation partner, Global Environmental Center, GEC. This community actually was already facing destructive flooding, and even the year that we had actually gone in for the planting. And this is due to the deforestation and shrimp farming that has been going on over the years. So at the planting, the question that arises, can technology help to increase the survival rate of the mangroves that are planted? Well, I'll give you the answer to that in a short while. But if you look at statistics, it's really sad to see that it's estimated that about 50% of Malaysia's mangrove cover has been lost in the last 10 years. And in the recent released IUCN Red List of Mangrove Ecosystem, it's been found that half of the world's mangrove forests considered to be threatened, right? And if anyone knows the value of the mangroves, this is a big agenda, and so there's a lot more work to be done. So I mentioned that the Connected Mangrove is where we make the mangrove speak to us. So yes, technology certainly played a role. So in our Connected Mangrove, what we had done is we actually collaborated with the sensor partner, Lumewa, who helped us to put together a solution where a time-lapse camera was in place, soil and water sensors were installed and powered up by solar energy. And this would send data and images to anyone who had connectivity, including the community. Okay, so if you have a device in hand and you have connectivity, you can already see what's happening to the mangrove. And that's why I say they speak to us, right? So if we give a reflection of how fast it worked for us at the beginning, the time-lapse camera that we had installed allowed the community and us to learn why there was a large number of saplings that we planted was dying, right? It was actually from the camera and also the high rainfall that what we could see, right? The water. There was dense amount of rubbish that actually flew into the plot during the high tide and in this rain, and those choked the plants. The other factor that actually also was shown to us is there were so many monkeys that were coming and actually plucking the shoots of the new saplings that we had planted. And once saplings have been, the shoots have been, picked on, it doesn't grow anymore. So taking just these two first initial findings, the community together with the GEC had gone to the ground and made replanted new species. Monkeys don't really need to, would not like to, come and eat. At the same time, they also put a net across the whole riverbed to protect the saplings. Hence, the point here is having this data available on any device with the internet connectivity actually helped the community and the conservation body, the GEC, to minimize the trouble of physically going on to the plots and spending extended period of time. Yeah. So humbly, within 1.5 years, an assessment made by GEC and the community showed that the survival rate of these newly planted mangroves by us was from a 30% survival rate had actually moved on to about 70%. And these results had led the project to win our global awards at the UNFCCC Momentum for Change Award in 2016. And again, we were recognized as the best mobile innovation for emerging markets at the Asia Mobile Awards, GSMA. Right? So it's a humble It was a humble beginning, and we're very humbled to have won these awards. So, in 10 years since we started this Connect with Mangrove project, there are a lot of heartwarming results that we have learned. Of course, the journey has been an interesting one, and some of which is how this community benefited and have been empowered in this whole journey. And the community actually was protected, for one, from a massive flood, which really impacted Malaysia very badly in 2021. And even last month, adjacent area was flooded and our community was protected. And that's really a wonderful impact left by the journey of this Connected Mangrove project together with the community. And as we progress with this community over this 10 years, we find that, beyond this, you also see the benefits of this reforestation. And one of the interesting reforestation of the homes of their local wildlife. So what happened now is the wildlife have already stopped coming into the community's homes. And the marine life has begun to thrive, which has actually given them a supplemental livelihood, right? So there's a lot of people like mud crabs. These are the house or the grounds for these marine life. I think over time, as their reforestation has happened and the extra income has come, the community had become very much motivated, and they had innovated and come up with more livelihood opportunities, such as, they started producing drinks from the mangrove fruits. They started selling handicraft from the mangroves, and things that have already also giving them a sense of belonging, plus earnings by becoming caretakers of the mangrove sites and the nurseries. So this became a very motivated, and I would say today they are really taking the lead in their journey of preserving the mangroves. They actually care for these saplings, they monitor it, they maintain it, they prepare the sites when we go to work to do the planting. It's not easy. It's you have dense weed in there, and so there's a lot of work that is done by these wonderful community members, and they are now working with partners to reforest the whole area, and more than anything else, the education that they're providing to anyone who's there as to how it benefits us. So in our reflection, we believe that, what has worked well with this project was the involvement of the community from the beginning. Thanks to the community empowerment program established by DEC, we took their inputs at the assessment phase, worked with them to implement solutions that we proposed, and continuously did planting every year for the last 10 years. And I'm very happy to say that we've actually done 5,000 plants over these years. Yeah. So throughout this period, I would say that it's very heartwarming to see the community, which are senior citizens. They've grown mature in their ways, that they've organized themselves, they've set up a cooperative, and they're thinking of ways to maximize the potential of their reforested riverbank in an ecological and sound way. So if that's it's some empowerment that has come to them, it gives us great joy. We actually invited them to be part of this journey so that they can tell you the story. But as they have become true ambassadors of, preserving and maintaining this area of reforesting for mangroves, they have apologized that they can't actually be with us today. But it is with great pleasure that I would like us to share with you their story, which is in a BBC video, and I will ask Hui to just play that video for your viewing. Hui, if you can play the video now, please. Thank you.
kita pagi tu bangun pasal ban tu pecah, lepas tu dengan hujan, jadi dia masuk ke kampung-kampung lah. Macam tanaman apa semua matilah. Mana yang tahan kena air masin dia boleh lah hidup. Pasal dia 2 kaki tangga lah kira hari ini dia banjirnya. Masa tu banjir tahun 2015.
Banjir yang besar tu berlaku, perasaan saya merasa sedih lah kerana kita tidak dapat menolong pasal ban tu pecah, tidak ada penambat banjir, komuniti dan penduduk mengalami kerugian lah.
Rupanya dulu kera hutan lah, sekali kita dah potong masing-masing ambil, jadi kera pun masuklah ke kampung, kacau pula tanaman kita, macam tu lah.
This community has actually been affected by the floods because in the past the mangrove forest has been deforested. They've lost their livelihood and the biodiversity has disappeared. So it's important that they are protected. In 2015, Ericsson Malaysia celebrated our 50th anniversary. So we were thinking, what's the best give back to Malaysia? We discovered that there's a community which has such a dire need of, resuscitation of the mangroves. Now, what Ericsson has done is we actually worked together to create a program. So it's a volunteer program, but with a mission to try and help to reforest this place. So we came down, we planted. We found out that actually when you plant these plants, they did not know whether even 20 or 30% of this will survive. And so what we did is we brought in technology into this mangrove planting and we get the mangroves to talk to us. We combined mobile broadband, cloud and IoT solutions to track soil and water conditions. This data was used to better manage the site. In 2 years after planting, we had actually reached up to 80% survival rate. Since 2015 to today, I think we can easily say 4,000 plus plants have been planted. To have such a wonderful growth of mangrove plants, can there be anything more encouraging than that? I am very passionate for this whole mangroves project. The mangroves are able to store up to 5 times more carbon than forests on land. If we can put this many mangroves back, the amount of carbon they take out will help to resuscitate the environment.
Peluang pekerjaan untuk penanaman anak bakau ialah tentang pencarian benih, pemeriksaan kawasan tanaman, penyediaan kawasan penanam benih dan penanaman anak bakau sendiri. Segala itu menambahkan pendapatan kepada komuniti kampung. Hidupan laut bergantung kepada bakau, udang, ketam, ikan dan siput sedut akan bertambah dengan penanaman anak bakau itu. Itu penyebab utama hasil pendapatan nelayan bertambah.
The Connected Mangrove Project is a good example of how technology, partnership and community involvement can create a positive impact and mitigate climate change. For us to be able to help resuscitate this mangrove forest is a little give back to this community, and you can see so much more joy and self-commitment of these senior citizens who are the custodians of this plant. It's their livelihood, and this is living in harmony with the mangroves.
Jadi kayu bakau ni sebagai penyelamat lah kepada komuniti dan penduduk kampung. Dan hidupan liar akan dia kembali ke habitat asal lah, ke hutan, serta sebagai penahan daripada ombak besar ataupun banjir besar dengan penanaman kayu bakau itu. Harapan saya projek tanaman anak bakau ini diteruskanlah dan diterapkan pada generasi muda sebagai satu hazanah untuk tatapan generasi akan datang dan menyelamatkan kampung daripada segala bencana itu.
Thank you. it says it for itself, isn't it? The beauty of what has happened now with the journey that we have taken with the community. So, in our experience with the community, it is that partnership when combined with most of the modern technology, digital solutions, and such as AI, 5G, IoT, it can drive a sustainable innovation. Okay, in fact, industrial digitalization supported by technology is crucial for transforming sectors, reducing emission, and fostering sustainable consumption. We are at that era now, and the potential to cut emission by up to 20% in another maybe 2030 it's not just a possibility, it's a reality unfolding today, right? Digitalization is already demonstrating its transformative power, enhancing efficiency, automation, supporting the shift to renewable energy sources. And Ericsson is one of the companies leading the way, showing how digital solutions can drive meaningful change. And I find it inspiring to see the potential that technology can do to reshape our industries and to contribute to a sustainable future. I'm really looking forward to the outcomes of the COP29, which incidentally, for the first time, includes digitalization as the theme. Now, speaking of future, as we heard in the video, one of the things that we have heard from the community, as we can see many of them are senior citizens, is that there is a hope that young people will take interest in saving the mangroves, the forests, taking care of nature, as majority of them are senior citizens, the one we work with for the last 10 years. I'm sure in many other areas, right? Because children come out to the cities. So to the youth who are watching this today, it is our wish, and we urge you to please look into mangrove conservation, forest preservation, and any nature-related career paths that might interest you and fulfill you. It is a very fulfilling journey once you embark on it. As we can see, J. Omar in that video has already said that their hope, because they are senior citizens and there will be a need for the young talent to step in to that current seniors and when the seniors and the elders are no longer able to do so, right? And I think we hope that there will be more young people interested to go in these fields. And given the fact that you can use digital tools available for environmental conservation, it's going to change the ways of working. It's no longer the traditional way. And today, if you look at the people present here, there are many partners from private sectors who want to help communities succeed in the environmental conservation and restoration efforts, right? So in the decade that we have worked with the community Kampung Dato Hormat on restoring the mangrove, what we have learned from nature is that we stand together. If we stand together, we can remain strong through all the storms that come our way. With that, I would like to thank you for inviting us to this event, and let us continue this journey of greening this earth and empowering communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Supriya, for sharing this inspiring project. Let us now welcome Fiona Zazarti, co-founder of Green Steps, who will be presenting her keynote titled Empowering Communities for Environmental Stewardship, Local Action for Global Impact. Over to you, Fiona.
Hello and good morning, everyone. It's been a wonderful session today. It's an honor to be here at the Malaysian Support for COP29 Parallel event, and I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Climate Governance Malaysia for the opportunity to deliver this keynote today titled Empowering Communities for Environmental Stewardship, Local Action for Global Impact. I'm Fiona from Green Steps, and since 2016, I've worked with communities to lead the design and implementation of impact programs under the Green Steps Low Carbon Circular Economy Blueprint. Now, the aim of this blueprint is to enable communities to start taking their first green steps towards living in a cleaner and healthier environment. Today, I will share with you how grassroots action plus coordinated efforts can create profound global change. Now, we often hear, or we even think maybe, that someone needs to do something about climate change, externalizing the issue. But what if we become that someone? If we think about our everyday choices, what we buy, the food we eat, how we dispose of waste, how we engage with our environment, and the decisions that we make at work. All of these decisions that we make on a daily basis, it holds the power to redefine our future. So we must shift our mindsets from asking, what can others do, and externalizing the problem, to what can I do? And then what can we as a community do better? That's how we begin to empower ourselves. Now, environmental stewardship starts with individual accountability. Every small step from reducing your waste to thinking about how to use resources wisely. Cumulatively, all of this builds momentum, and the journey to a low-carbon future starts with us examining our choices and, more importantly, reshaping our habits. What we consider small actions, like maybe segregating our waste or even recycling, all of this can snowball into transformative change when adopted by communities. However, grassroots action alone is not enough. We need effective collaboration with a strong governance structure, and that is what's key to delivering impactful solutions. If we want transformative change, we need to break down silos and work together to achieve national emissions reduction targets, shift towards a circular economy, ensure communities are supported in adapting and remaining resilient to change. So let me briefly outline the role of 6 key stakeholders to set the stage for how efforts were coordinated to implement the various initiatives under the Green Steps Low Carbon Circular Economy Blueprint. After that, I'll jump into some real-world examples with some data-driven insights for you guys. So first up, we have program managers. These are entities such as Green Steps, where we act as the operational backbone of environmental initiatives, designing programs and ensuring alignment across stakeholders, ensuring that we oversee and making sure that we have effective implementation of strategies so that we can achieve measurable results. And the key here is to be able to quantify our impact, because we don't just want to create a program, we want to ensure that the program actually produces results. Next are community leaders. They are the heartbeat of local initiatives. By mobilizing and organizing residents, they can foster a sense of shared responsibility for the environment around them, laying the groundwork for community engagement and action. Local businesses, they are pivotal and they should lead by example by adopting sustainable practices, such as reducing waste, maybe even sourcing produce locally, and implementing energy-efficient solutions in their operations so that they can minimize their impact on the surrounding environment. At the same time, they can also support local environmental projects, either financially or through in-kind contributions to drive actionable change. Now, city councils and government ministries, they have the responsibility and authority for creating an enabling environment that includes implementing and enforcing regulations, providing funding, which is a hot topic that we've heard quite a lot recently, and also ensuring infrastructure is developed with sustainability in mind and with long-term resilience also in mind. Now, corporates can support community-based environmental programs, and we're seeing more of this take place today. They can provide the necessary resources and expertise to scale successful initiatives in communities where they operate and support these communities in their transition to a low-carbon circular economy. Finally, schools and universities. They are the incubators for the next generation of environmental stewards. And by integrating sustainability into curricula, encouraging students to participate in local projects, we can ensure that environmental consciousness becomes second nature to the next generation. And in a well-organized governance structure, these stakeholders can come together, the stakeholders that I just mentioned, they can all come together to share their resources and expertise to develop localized action plans that impact behavior change at the grassroots level. We want these to be able to produce results. So action plans with an implementation strategy and followed up with an enforcement action plan as well. Now I'll jump into a few real-world examples of how we took a whole community approach to managing solid waste efficiently through the Green Steps Low Carbon Circular Economy Blueprint. Now, this is a story about how individuals in a community came together to create significant impact through our curbside recycling program. In 2021, the community in Taman Tun Dr. Ismail, Kuala Lumpur, set out to establish a dedicated day for collection of recyclables to address the waste management issues and low recycling rates in the country. Now, Green Steps established this system with the support of Local Agenda 21, Kuala Lumpur DPKL, SW Corp, government agencies and partners, and the curbside collection system was rolled out. 2 years later, in 2023, we received support from Yayasan Hasana, which is a social impact foundation of the Sovereign Wealth Fund Khazanah Nasional Berhad. And we expanded the program to all 4,200 households and 75 cafes in the neighborhood. Now, residents and local businesses contributed a total of 7.6 metric tons of recyclables and achieved a recycling rate of 95% last year, 2023. This is compared to Kuala Lumpur's recycling rate of 0.17% in the same year. So this is a significant achievement of the community, where it demonstrates that individual action cumulatively in the community can produce tremendous results. Since the start of the program, residents and local businesses have diverted over 12 tons of recyclables from the landfill. And this shows the power of strategic planning and clear communications among stakeholders in fostering that behavioral change that we see to reduce landfill waste, lower our carbon emissions, contribute to circularity, and instill a sense of shared responsibility within the community. Now, the next two examples will show you how organic waste circularity was achieved under the blueprint. First up, we have our Coffee to Compost program. And in 2022, we launched the program by setting up 3 compost rings in the neighborhood to serve 7 local cafes. And the cafes dropped off their used coffee grounds, and this was topped up with leaf litter to help with the decomposition rate. Now, when this happened, earlier this year, what we did was we conducted a capacity building session where the residents of Taman Tun collectively harvested over 435 kilograms of compost, and this was produced from 2.1 metric tons of inputs, which was the used coffee grounds from the 7 cafes and the leaf litter, and this resulted in a huge reduction of 4.1 metric tons of carbon emissions. And so in order to close the loop and demonstrate organic waste circularity, the compost was distributed for free to cafes to encourage their customers to take some home and green their gardens. The program's success demonstrated that the impact of local businesses coming together and contributing to a well-designed initiative that serves the community with quite literally a more sustainable cup of coffee. Next, we have our Food Waste to Wealth program, and this program was designed to enable corporate adoption of the Taman Tun community to support them on their composting journey. So over 3 months, we had 14 households and 1 kindergarten divert 816 kilograms of organic waste from landfills. And this is just in 3 months. And this reduced a whopping 1.2 tons of carbon emissions. And this is a significant success, and it can be attributed to the collective action of the community supported by corporates through a program design that emphasizes measurable impact. Now, the next example that I have demonstrates the importance of community leaders as environmental stewards. One of the most inspiring outcomes of our engagement with the community was the emergence of local leaders like Yuho. Now, Yuho is a wonderful person. And after participating in our capacity building sessions, she embraced the responsibility of overseeing one of 4 community compost rings in the neighborhood. We set up these compost rings to enable residents to easily drop off their waste, like their garden waste or certain types of food waste. And this leadership of hers has reflected the critical role that individuals play in sustaining community initiatives. And when empowered, leaders like you, Ho, ensure that these programs thrive and expand. Finally, this example serves to demonstrate how schools and corporates can come together to achieve greater impact. Now, with the support of a corporate, we introduced compost rings in a local primary school, SKTTDI1, to encourage students and teachers to compost their garden waste instead of sending it to the landfill. In just 6 months, 510 kilograms of garden waste was diverted from landfills and composted, yielding about 102 kilograms of compost and reducing almost 1 ton of carbon emissions. And this is just from one compost ring. Today, the school has 5 compost rings and counting. So you can imagine the impact that this initiative can achieve. So beyond the environmental benefits, the program has also instilled lifelong values of sustainability in young minds, because this is something that we see because this is something that the kids see, the students see and experience on a daily basis in their schools. So programs like this are instrumental in building and shaping the future generations. Now, these achievements are just the beginning. The blueprint demonstrates the potential for scalable impact when communities, corporates, and governments can come together and collaborate effectively. Our aim is to replicate this blueprint across Malaysia, Asia, and the world to promote local action that can drive global transformation. The power is in our hands to do something. So I invite all of you, policymakers, corporate leaders, local businesses, communities, educators, to partner with us at Green Steps in expanding the Green Steps low carbon circular economy blueprint. We are always on the lookout for partners to collaborate on data-driven impact initiatives. So please feel free to reach out to me on LinkedIn or Facebook and Instagram. You can Google my name, Fiona Zazati, and we can connect. As I close, I'd like to leave you with this thought. Communities are the beating heart of environmental stewardship. When individuals act, communities transform. And when communities transform, the world follows. Thank you for your commitment to a greener and more sustainable planet. Let's make today the day we decide to be the change we want to see in this world. Thank you.
Thank you, Fiona. Very important points indeed. We are pleased to hear from the winners of the Hornbill Award 2023, Dr. Serena Rahman and Shabazz Shima. Dr. Serena is trained as a conservation scientist. Serena's practice in community empowerment, citizen science, and environmental education for coastal habitat conservation. She is the co-founder of Kelab Alami, a community organization that has worked since 2008 to enable a fishing community in Southwest Johor to participate in and benefit from an unavoidable surrounding development and urbanization. Over to you, Dr. Serena.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me? I'm not sure.
I can hear you.
Okay, great. I'm just going to share some slides. I have very few slides, but let me see if it works. That's just to make it easier for people to understand. Right, is it? Okay. So thank you very much for having me. Club Alami is one of the winners of the 2023 Hornbill Award, and it's helped us to continue a lot of what we do, although it's been a bit slow because the weather's been a bit erratic this year. So again, thanks very much, CGM, for having us on board here and for the award. So I'm going to talk really quickly because I have like 10 minutes about how fishermen, following up from the previous session, can be the guardians and the key to conservation in certain areas. And for us, it is the Western Tabrau Strait. Just to let you know where we are in the southwest of Peninsular Malaysia. That's Mukim Tanjung Kupang. And we are exactly where the Tabrau Strait, also called the Johor Strait, meets the Malacca Strait. So here's a picture of some of our fishermen. Where we are, even though we are surrounded by development, there is the port, there is Forest City, infamous, there's Sunway Iskandar, there's the whole Benelek chemical project, and of course there's huge development on the Singapore side. We do have lots of amazing nature, and I've actually been out there for the last 5 days with students, adults, and various other people on field trips. And today is my first dry day. We do have a number of endangered species, 4 species of seahorses, smooth-coated otters, 2 species of turtles, the dugong, which we see with those feeding trails. We have the largest intertidal seagrass meadow in all of Peninsular Malaysia. But more importantly, we have a massive area which is subtidal seagrass, which supports this visible area, coastal mangroves, a little island with a rocky shore. So we have lots of life here, and the people who know it best are our fishermen. A bit of a background to Club Alami. We are a community organization, completely grassroots, led by local community, participated in by the community and mainly fishermen. In the past, we had youth participants, facilitated by me as the principal advisor, but also a whole network of other scientists, nature experts, basically my friends, who support the community, who are working hard to help themselves cope from development that they cannot change, but that they need to participate in and benefit from. So this is a little triangle of what we do. Education is at the basis of this. We use citizen science as our key thing. And we support the community by helping them develop alternative incomes, given the change to their habitats and ecosystems and falling fish catch. There's also climate change impacts. We contribute to policy. We have publications, and our goal is to have a community-led conservation area because the community can. These are our fishermen. I'm going to try to make this work. I've silenced it. But we do have a sustainable fisheries program. What Chianga is releasing here is a shovel nose ray. And so our fishermen in the program, if they catch endangered species, this is critically endangered on IUCN, but we are a breeding ground for this. They release it, but they also report to us the sex, the weight, the length, and the location. And so we have information and data that we are sharing with Fisheries Department, who we work with very closely on the location of these species. We are looking for funds to do perhaps a tagging program on this. And, we have some corporate partners who are interested. So this is just one of the ways in which our fishermen are the key to conservation and policy making because they are out there all the time. Our fishermen have been featured in international media. These are just some examples: Heinrich Böll Stiftung, Al Jazeera, SCMP, CNA. This is pretty common. I bring these media people down, and the fishermen have a lot to say, and they're willing, after so many years of working with them, their key is the key thing, warming them up to the media. They are willing to share their knowledge with others because now they understand that this is very important knowledge. They didn't realize this before, and that they can make a difference because we gather this information for policy, to share stories with the world, to let people know what they are facing, and to hopefully get support for their future, as well as for the conservation of this corner of the Tabrau Strait. We also empower youth, and so the climate governance funds really helped us to continue the work that we were doing. We've been training students mainly from the Netherlands Maritime University College, taking them out to sea. We also work with other universities, Marlborough College, Forest City International School. But basically, it is to train youth in Iskandar Putri, as well as those who come from further away, to be citizen scientists, to support our community, but also to facilitate programs that then allows us to teach other youth, as well as youth in the community. When we first began this organization in 2008, we did teach local youth. These are 40 of the youth that were with us from 2008 to 2015. A lot of them have grown up, have families, have children, working in Singapore now. So now we focus on older youth because I don't have the energy to teach younger ones. And these slightly more adult youth are able to then help us do the science, support fishermen, in terms of speaking to the outside world when they don't feel like it, but also do actual documentation and monitoring of our habitats. And this is very key. So just in summary, because time is very short, as was mentioned earlier, local communities can take the lead in community-led conservation areas. There is a lot of assumptions that local communities, especially rural fishing communities, for example, do not have the expertise or the knowledge because they don't have certificates or PhDs like I do. But really, anything that I know about the Western Tabrau Straits and our habitats there comes from these fishermen. I study them. I study their interaction with the habitats, but the knowledge of the sea and all of that lives within it come from them. They have incomparable generational in situ experiential knowledge that no scientist can compare with. They have daily first-hand presence in the habitat, which means they are key. And we would like for them to be perhaps marine rangers. We were mentioned in the 2021 Johor Sustainability Policy, 2017 Johor Sustainability Policy as a model community for a community-led conservation area. This form of other effective conservation measure is actually listed in our National Biodiversity Plan, and we are trying to make it happen by engaging with myriad stakeholders. It's not just the fishermen. You don't need to teach them. You just need to show them that their knowledge is valuable and that they can share it with others. Then we facilitate them sharing that knowledge with others, providing access, translating, bridging knowledge, training youth who can then support them with further action to teach other youth, to teach visitors, and then to take that knowledge and publish it. And clearly, fishermen can't write in English at an academic level, and that's where I come in handy. And the youth as well are working with me to write academic papers and reports and posters to share this knowledge, because really local wisdom and traditional science is key. This is where all of the information is, and all of us who come from outside and are academic scientists really depend on this knowledge to do what we do. We then take all of this information, engage with stakeholders and government agencies for policy input and to put forward better conservation measures. And it is only through this collaboration and helping everybody get a win out of this kind of collaboration that we can move forward and that we can effectively conserve our very precious areas and our very, very precious species. No one is superior to the other, but if we can share and work together, there's so much we can do, and we need to do it like a few years ago, like now. Yeah, that's all. Thank you very much again, CGM, and for giving us the Hornbill Award and allowing us to continue what we do. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Theseira. And now, let's welcome Shivas Shima, founder of One Stop Borneo Wildlife. The organization was founded in 2012 in Brunei, and since then have expanded their projects in Sarawak and Sabah. Their main objective is to conserve the rainforest by practicing a framework which they have specialized called 4Es: education, enforcement, enrichment of habitat, and economy. The floor is yours, Shivas.
Hi, good morning. Can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. First of all, I sincerely apologize for my background. I can't seem to fix it. I'm in public, lots of meetings. Okay. So please interrupt me if you can't hear me properly. So first of all, good afternoon, good morning, everybody. 2 minutes more. My name is Shivas Shima, and I founded One Stop Borneo Wildlife in 2012. In a nutshell, we are a conservation group where we do reforestation, wildlife rescues of animals such as pangolins, pythons. We have a comprehensive education program as well. And recently, in the last 5 years, we started a conservation tourism business as well, wildlife tourism, to sustain our projects. Why? I don't want to offend anybody, but one of the biggest problems with NGOs and scientists has been we're always asking for money and donations. And, you know, basically myself, I'm a professional beggar, right? Or we're always asking for money left and right. But this is not sustainable. So we started doing a bit of wildlife tourism to sustain our projects. And now our education work, some of the projects, they're being sustainable. Hopefully we can fund our own reforestation work in the long run as well. When I started this 12 years ago, it was just me and another person too. And now we're a wonderful team of 12 people. So early this year, I applied for the fund with the Hornbill Awards. And I'm very blessed and happy and lucky to have won this award. One Stop Borneo Wildlife is very happy and lucky to have won this award. Now, what did we get this money for, basically? We asked for this money. Basically, to do reforestation and landscaping. Can you imagine sitting at a lodge in Sabah or anywhere, sitting at a lodge, having a nice coffee and a meal, and the wildlife is coming to you? Butterflies, birds, and hornbills. It is possible. Places like Danam Valley, Kinabatangan, they're successful because they're easy to participate in, and the wildlife is everywhere. So I realized this, that, hey, Danam Valley and Kinabatangan are doing so good research, good projects, and good tourism because wildlife is easy to spot. So we thought of an example in Tawa Hills Park and the Ramakot, and we are doing the same thing. We're planting thousands of fig trees, thousands of flowers. And how are we selecting these species? We are researchers ourselves. We have botanists, ecologists in the team, bird watchers, mammal watchers. All the species of flowers and figs we are planting, we have seen themselves in the jungle being eaten or consumed by animals. We have evidence, photographic evidence. We have a map as well of all these trees. We collect the fruits, we take pictures, and then we grow them in our nursery. We hire poachers who are our guides now. Poachers have the knowledge on where the best trees are, best wildlife is, and so on. We mark-out the adult trees. We have found out we can make trees fruit within 2 to 3 years. If you grow them from fruit seed sometimes, it can take up to 10 to 20 years, longer maybe, or 8 years. We found a strategy. If anybody who's doing agriculture here, especially in the durian world, you will know what mark-coating means, or tut. Basically, you take imagine I'm an adult fig tree. This is a branch. My shoulder is a branch. I take a knife. I cut the skin of my branch. I put a plastic in soil and leave it there for 5-6 weeks. The roots come out, and you can plant that in the ground, and that is an adult tree. So that's what we have been doing for the past few years. We did a lot of experiments first with different species, because some species grow tall, fast, some grow wide, fast, some grow very slow, and depends on the soil. So before we applied for the Hornbill Award, we tried all sorts of experiments, all sorts of flowers, and so on. So we came up with the best concept. Then we have a very strong relationship with the Sabah Park, Sabah Forestry, and we talk to them as well, and we are experts there as well. So we work together, and now we have found the right project sites. And I want you guys to know as well, what we're planting is not just benefiting the wildlife, but actually it will help the community. How? These trees are going to fruit, thousands of them, and flowers. It will create jobs in the local economy. The local people will get jobs. The government gets taxes from the sales and here and there. We create a value for the environment and the wildlife through job creation, through business and everything, and also conservation. So we have been really busy the last 10 months. I said I don't have a presentation like the rest. I'm sorry about that, but I have 2 photos to show. Could I cue my 2 photos so everybody can see? So I can explain. Is my photo? I think I asked Hui or anybody. Do you guys have the photos which I wanted to show?
Please give us a second.
Okay. So while he's doing that, I'm just going to give you a brief background. The 2 photos we're going to show. Okay, look at this one. This is photo number 1. So in Tawa Hills Park, the red leaf monkeys love coming to this particular fence inside the park, and they love eating the young weeds and the young shoots growing around it. So it's being successful inside the park. So at our tree planting site, we created more of these fences. And we took the weeds and the young shoots and planted them on top of the new fences which we created. And look, the fence we built in March, and last few weeks ago, we have the red leaf monkeys using them. And look, this picture is just from my phone. Can you imagine using a nice camera? You get a close-up photo and everything. And this is exactly what the tourists want, and also what the local schools want. We have habituated the animals so much, we can grow as close as 2-3 meters away from them, and they don't mind as long as we keep it quiet. It's great for education for the local schools and kids, and great for tourism. And this is fantastic. So it's working. We have created more and more of these fences around the lodge. Next photo, please. The next photo is basically of, okay. Yeah, the next photo is basically, this is just one example, okay? We have, I said, we have 3 planting sites in Sabah at the moment, in Dramakot, Tengku Plantations, and Tawa Hills and Drasi. So we're doing lots of before and after photos, before empty land and suddenly full of trees. This is the latest one we planted in September, but we planted some in August and March as well. And those trees are doing very good as well. So some of these trees are healthy and hopefully they'll fruit in the next, not some, most of them are healthy. And I think we've planted, this is Andrasi, we've planted 1,400 here, 3,000 in Dramakot and Tegwan, another 5,000. And some of them actually are fruiting already because we took some of the bigger branches and they just fruited. So this is just an example to show you it is working. We have evidence. And I just want to thank the Hornbill Award and everybody who's part of it for believing in One Stop Borneo and the team of young 12 people we have in the team. And if I would like you guys, I invite anybody here to come to Tawau Hills Park or Sabah, and we'll show you all these planting sites. We'll show you all these butterfly walls we have created, butterfly gardens we have created, and all these red leaf monkey fences we have created. I welcome you all. It's working well. Schools are benefiting. The wildlife tourists are benefiting. Everybody's benefiting in this. So thank you so much again, Hornbill Awards and everybody part of it. This is what we have been busy with the last 10, 11 months, basically. So thank you very much for your time. If anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer anything, if there is a question and answer session.
Thanks very much, Shabazz. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed with our final panel of the day, we invite you to share our feedback with us. Please scan the QR code on the screen to provide your thoughts and help us improve future sessions. Your input is very helpful. We are now ready to proceed with our final session of the day, which will feature a panel discussion offering valuable insights from NGOs. We look forward to an engaging exchange of ideas and perspectives with Dr. Zaiman bin Zulkifli David, Executive Director of Tropical Rainforest Conservation and Research Center, TRCRC, Dr. Rina, PhD Scientist, Multifunctional Landscapes, Alliance of Biodiversity International and CIAT Asia Regional Office, Malaysia, Dr. Akila, former Perak State ICCFS Project Coordinator, Dr. Colin Nicholas, founder and coordinator of Center for Orang Asli Concerns, or COAC, and the moderator for the session, Patrick Lee, Content Director and Key Opinion Leader for Critical 2. The stage is yours, Patrick.
Thank you very much, Avicenna. Hello, and welcome to this panel discussion on Empowered Community, Guardians of the Sustainability Ecosystem. My name is Patrick Lee, Content Director of Critical 2 TV, where we bridge the gap between ignorance and climate understanding by using video storytelling. For your benefit, I'll leave some links in the chat if you are keen on checking us out. I'm this session's moderator, and if you're joining us from Baku, a very good morning and hope you have your coffee with you. And for those of you who are joining us from Kuala Lumpur or from the Malaysian area, good afternoon. This discussion will look into reforestation of Malaysia's lands, the connected projects and tools used in some of these projects, and how Malaysia's locals and the indigenous peoples are involved in these areas of reforestation. We are going to touch especially on the Seed to Tree project, which aims to restore Malaysia's forests by making site-adapted and climate-resilient tree seeds or seedlings more available with the involvement of local communities and Malaysia's indigenous people, the Orang Asli. It is funded by the UK mission to ASEAN, and the project is more than just about planting trees. It's about choosing the right types of tree species to fight climate change, aid wildlife, and help Malaysia's indigenous and locals to survive, and to thrive. So if you like trees, forests, and what some people are doing to make Malaysia green again, stick around because we are going to unpack a lot in the next 60 minutes. Allow me next to introduce our session's panel members, who are heavyweights in the field of biodiversity and the environment. First off, we have Dr. Zaiman Zulkifli from the Tropical Rainforest Conservation and Research Center, also known as TRCRC, which conserves vulnerable and threatened rainforest tree species and is strongly involved in many tree planting efforts around Malaysia. Next, we have Dr. Rina Yalonen, who is with the Alliance of Biodiversity International and CIAT, or also known as the International Center for Tropical Agriculture, which focuses on climate change, biodiversity loss, environmental degradation, and malnutrition. Next up, we have Dr. Akila Maniam, formerly involved with the improving connectivity in the Central Forest Spine Project, but from the Perak aspect, a joint effort between Malaysia and international bodies to conserve biodiversity and ecosystem in the Central Forest Spine. And finally, we have Dr. Colin Nicholas, the founder of the Center of Orang Asli Concerns, which fights to advance the cause of Peninsular Malaysia's indigenous peoples from advocacy to court assistance and the spreading of their news and views. Welcome to our session. And for those of you who are joining us, please feel free to introduce yourself in the chat so we know who you are. And please feel free to ask and leave any questions in the chat so that we will be able to take them and give them, send them over as questions for some of the panelists to answer towards the Q&A session. Without further ado, allow me, I will head on to our panelists, and for every question that I ask, you will have about 5 minutes to answer. So please give us your good answers, and we will continue on with this presentation or this panel discussion. Okay, so the first one on the list, I would like to ask Dr. Zaiman from TRCRC. All right. I'd like to tell, as the implementing partner for the Seed to Tree project, can you share how TRCRC's partnership with the indigenous people, particularly Malaysia's Orang Asli, has enriched your forest restoration efforts so far?
Thanks so much, Patrick, and thank you for the organizers for having us on this session. So basically at TRCRC, our main role is safeguarding endangered trees and restoring degraded forests, connecting different habitats and fragmented forests together. We are only an organization which is about 50 or so full-time staff. We depend on the communities on the ground to be able to be our eyes and ears, but not only our eyes and ears, but our hands and feet as well. So in order to scale up and reach the large targets that Malaysia has committed to with all the major commitments and also international commitments, we need to be basically scaling this up. So far, we've been working with communities on a very organic approach. When we are first developing our programs, we get them involved in a very simple manner. Have you seen this tree? Have you seen this tree before? Do you know what I'm showing you? And from there, we try to get their input and their interest. And then later on, we build up from that. So if we find communities that are more interested, they can then also be showing us where the trees are. Then they can also be, acting as guides. Then they can also be seed suppliers for passing seeds on to our different nurseries that we have scattered around. And we basically compensate them financially for their services. Sometimes they are more involved and want to learn more and actually start up their own nurseries in their own backyards or in their own compounds as well. So we then provide training and help them out with that. Those that really wanna continue the progress of this whole system can also then work part-time. They can help us in our own nurseries, and they can also contribute by working even full-time as well. So in a couple of our different projects, we actually have a full-time staff which get a good income comparable to other jobs. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to create that whole ecosystem of forest restoration, but at the same time, in not a forceful way, in a way that, they can still retain their lifestyle, Certain people still have to farm, certain communities still have to carry out their day-to-day tasks, so they can do it on their own timeline. That's kind of how we are developing some of these initiatives. I believe, Patrick, you're muted.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay, just thanks for pointing that one out. So Zayman, just a follow-up question to that. So how has traditional knowledge influenced TRCRC's approach to reconnecting degraded forests? And could you tell us about some of the challenges, whatever they may be?
Yeah, some of the traditional knowledge that we take into consideration is the usefulness of trees. A lot of times, sometimes we're developing forests that are usable for the communities. The communities require them for materials. The communities require them for food and stuff. So we design based on what the communities need if it's within the community area. Sometimes we try to showcase that, there's a certain succession in a forest. So we try to showcase that, in the beginning, as you're developing a forest from scratch, you might have pioneer trees, and that pioneer trees can be something useful for the communities that they can then harvest within 1 or 2 years, and then later on have a more long rotation trees that they can use. But this is for communities that that are still using the land. For different areas, like say for high conservation species of plants, fruiting is sometimes irregular. So in order to coordinate this fruiting event, we rely on the communities to do it because it happens in a very sporadic way for certain species and very patchy for certain areas. What we need to do is to be able to cover a wider area. And the communities are in our eyes and ears, and they know roughly when the trees are flowering. They actually know where they are because they are walking and dwelling in the forest. So they actually know, pinpoint exactly where it is. We don't need GPS or anything like that when we're working with the communities. They can just show us, and they based on memory. What we try to do is we try to capture all the data that they have to help us with our restoration work.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Zayman. I have some questions that I've written down that I'll be asking you a little bit later. But in the meantime, I'd like to go over to Dr. Rina Yalonen. So Dr. Rina, or Dr. Yalonen, I'd just like to ask you, empowering communities to conserve biodiversity is important. But what does it have to do with combating climate change? How does it all factor in saving the earth, as some might say?
Okay, thank you, Patrick. That's actually a very important question, also for the topic of the COP that's happening now. So mitigating climate change through forest conservation and restoration has been kind of at the key part of the climate discourse since the Paris Agreement in 2015, so almost 10 years now. And many countries, including Malaysia, as we well know, have started these commitments to restore forest or started different kind of tree planting programs to help mitigate climate change. However, there is one big problem still, after 10 years, still missing from this puzzle. And that is that for the vast majority of the thousands and thousands of tropical trees that we have, actually the remaining natural forest patches are the only available sources of seeds and seedlings. And paradoxically, the situation is such that the more degraded these natural forests are and the more we have to work to restore them, the more difficult it actually becomes to do that because we just don't have access to the seeds and seedlings that we would need. We need the right planting material in the sense of finding seeds of those species that are suitable for the local conditions on the restoration sites, current but also future climate conditions. And also we need the seeds of species that meet those other restoration objectives that we might have, for example, whether it's for food or timber or wildlife conservation or watershed management and so on. Over the past few years, me and my colleagues have done surveys with hundreds of restoration practitioners worldwide, and many of them are actually telling the same story, that their activities are really constrained by the fact that they just don't have access to the seeds and seedlings that they would need for the restoration needs. Many of these projects report that, they don't know where the seed sources are, or the sources are just too far and too difficult for them to access. And they also don't have information about, for example, the fruiting times, when is the right time to collect those seeds or seedlings. And actually, about half of the projects were reporting that because of these problems in accessing the material, actually they end up using fewer species or different species than what they initially wanted, or just restoring a smaller area because the seeds and seedlings are just not available. And so this is then where indigenous peoples and local communities can come in and really support restoring resilient and climate adaptable forests that help to mitigate climate change through good growth. So as Simon said, the communities who are living within or near to the forest have this local knowledge about where to find the right material, and then to help to supply that to the restoration projects. And so connecting the local communities who can supply seeds and seedlings with the restoration projects has these multiple benefits. So on one hand, it helps us to restore more resilient forests that are better able to sequester carbon and mitigate climate change. And it can then also provide livelihood benefits for the community members. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Dr. Yolonen. Just to follow up to that question, it's about the digital tools that your organization has developed to help plan and monitor restoration. You mentioned, Sandy, how difficult it was to actually find these seeds and sort of reforest them and sort of use them in the efforts. But can you tell us about how some of these tools have helped to empower communities, especially in restoration efforts, and how could you give us maybe some examples, perhaps, and perhaps and say what are the kind of impacts that you have seen?
Okay, with pleasure. So, for example, one of the tools that we now have available is called My Farm Trees, and it supports community participation in restoration efforts in several different ways. So first of all, it helps to connect different actors in the seed supply chain for restoration, as I mentioned already. So those who are interested to supply tree seed or seedlings through this app, they can register and find potential buyers for the material within the area. And at the same time, the buyers can also get information about who is supplying and what kind of species and what times in their area. So, I mean, in a way, it's kind of a grab food for seeds and seedlings for restoration purposes. Some of the other benefits, so the app actually covers the whole sort of supply chain from seeds and seedlings to planting of trees. And the tree planting module actually provides tools for indigenous communities and local communities to record and report what they are doing in terms of restoration, what kind of trees they are planting, how many trees, and what kind of areas. And this app also provides opportunities then for those who are funding restoration efforts to actually set up kind of what we call challenges in the app. So, for example, they can call okay, I want to sponsor planting of 1,000 native fruit trees in this area, or I want to sponsor planting trees on these slopes and restoring this watershed area. And so the community members can then sign up to these challenges, and after the work is completed, they can receive payments, including as mobile money payments through the app. So there's also that option. And maybe finally, in terms of the benefits, this app is based on blockchain technology. And so that means that it provides really transparent and reliable information. So information that can be that can't be tampered with about the supply chain and about the restoration activities. So this helps then to demonstrate that the seeds and seedlings that are being supplied are of good quality, that they are from suitable environmental conditions and like from highly biodiverse forests. And it also helps to monitor that the planted trees are actually growing well, not just plant and forget, but actually planting and taking care after planting. And and so this transparency and reliability, we believe, then helps to develop confidence among those who are funding restoration efforts and helps to bring then more funders and donors to help communities through this app and this monitoring and verification options that it provides. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Dr. Yalonen. And I'm just going to take it on to our next panelist, Dr. Akila Maniam, who handled the Perak side of the ICCFS. So in your previous role, Dr. Akila, with the ICCFS project, you've advocated for holistic, nature-based solutions and a regenerative approach. From your experience, what are some of the most significant gaps in current support systems? And how can culturally relevant approaches enhance Indigenous community engagement in conservation?
Thank you, Patrick. Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. That's a really broad question, but I'm just going to break it down to two parts. Of course, the first is what are the gaps? I think having had the opportunity to work within the system, I think because I was placed with the forestry department, and then I had this opportunity to then reach out to the communities and work on the ground. And I realized that overall, the institutional setup is still weak in the sense that there are multiple people working with Indigenous communities, and we often talk about them in the lens that they're guardians of the landscape, and there's a lot of things that they can do, and they can feed forward the Indigenous knowledge that they have, but there isn't really a platform that kind of brings all of that together, and so there are multiple agencies working with them, but again, they don't leverage on the strengths that these communities have. So we realized that over time we've got to do more for these communities in the sense that not only provide them an opportunity to have livelihood projects and things like that, but also find a way to become in their own regard an entrepreneur. That's what we would call ourselves, but over a long time we only talk about them in the lens of a livelihood project, and it ends with them being employed. So I think I really felt when Dr. Marina mentioned earlier, they had the app, they could actually, be their own Grab drivers, right? They could put up the trees that they have for sale, and they could, ensure that their buyers know where are things coming from and what they are selling. So I think that's generally the gaps in the system. And then, culturally relevant approaches definitely is to, I think, look at conservation through the lens of their rituals, like what do they actually do? And I think the whole relationship between Indigenous people and nature is something that we all leverage on or talk about and emphasize on, but how do we develop further from here? I think that is the question to addressing the culturally relevant approaches to what Indigenous communities can do. So that's my short and sweet answer, but of course there's a lot more if we were to talk about gaps and what we can do from a cultural perspective.
Okay, thanks, Dr. Akila. Now I'm going to head on to Dr. Colin Nicholas from the COAC, Center for Orang Asli Concerns. So Dr. Colin, for some time, you've been a representative of Malaysia's Orang Asli, and you know the importance of forest management that respects Indigenous Orang Asli voices. So what specific policy or systemic changes do you feel are most crucial to empowering the Indigenous Orang Asli when it comes to sustainable forest management?
Thanks, Patrick. But first, I should clarify that I'm not a representative of the Orang Asli. I work with them, but I don't represent them. But in terms of systemic policies that are needed for better forest management and use in Malaysia, I think the first thing is that you have to recognize two things. One, the places where most of the traditional Orang Asli live today are where the forests still are today. If you plot a map of Peninsular Malaysia Orang Asli and plot a map of the green areas, you find a very high correlation. And that tells only one thing, that the Orang Asli have been managing and conserving the forest for a long time. And now, because they are not recognized as the owners of the forest or have rights to the forest, others are coming in and telling them how to manage the forest and how to improve their forest, at the same time logging and developing the areas. So there's a mismatch in the perception towards the Orang Asli. So the only way to what do you call it, to improve the forest quality and improve orang asli lives is to make them beneficiaries in all the small projects, to ask them to collect plants and trees and seedlings and so on. So there's a very big mismatch there. So I think for a start, we should recognize them as forest owners and enter into an engagement where they are collaborators or co-managers of the places you're working in. Because when you give jobs to a few people, you're only benefiting a few families, not the community. Whereas it was the community that was involved in managing and protecting and conserving the traditional areas. Another point to look at is that we tend to focus a lot on trees, and particular trees, especially the more economic ones or the more beneficial ones like fruit trees and so on. But the forest does not consist only of trees. We have swidens, shifting cultivation areas. We have homesteads. We have places where orang asli have used. All these constitute the forest, and they have played a very big role in maintaining the forest ecology. The Nottingham University in Malaysia have studied the role of swidens and how they are important for not just for new seedlings and new life, in the plant life in that area, but also how those areas encourage wildlife and so on. Those kind of research has already been done, which orang asli know. And so we should not look at just the trees, but the forest, and it includes the contribution of peoples in it.
Okay, thank you. Oh, okay. Are you done? I'm sorry. Sorry for interrupting. Are you?
I'm done.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thanks, Colin. Okay, I have some additional questions based on what you guys have answered so far. So my question here is I think this will be for Dr. Zeman particularly first. Would you be able to tell me, since you're quite actively involved in the reforestation and efforts and tree planting, so could you be able to tell me how long does it take to reforest let's say a degraded forest area? How long would it take? And maybe can it be done from a passive way? Can it just be left on its own? And how long will it take to have a barren area become reforested? And if it were to be done in an active, structured, systematic way, how long would that take?
Yeah, so that's quite a difficult question. First of all, is basically what sort of state are you starting in, right? What sort of level of degradation? So that's very important to kind of start with that. Secondly, is then to look into what is your end goal? What is your wishes for managing that forest, to restore that forest? So that both of those will have different kind of methodologies or systems that we will put in place to restore a forest. A lot of the times when we're starting with forest restoration initiatives, we want to see where can we make the biggest improvement with the funding that we have, right? So our target mostly is focusing on already degraded sites, so areas that have been logged over and already protected, that have long-term kind of protection for whatever reason, for the Central Forest Spine or the Heart of Borneo initiative and things like that. And then from there, look into what are the missing points, and what is your funding availability. A lot of times when you're restoring on barren areas, those areas will be very small. So on barren areas, there will be, roads, X-roads, or logging stumping grounds, or areas like that. Those areas where the soil has been compacted and things like that, it'll cost a lot more to start restoring. There's a lot more degraded areas throughout the forest that you can actually restore by inputting some of the more higher value endangered species, for example. So we try to get multiple targets when we restore a forest. We want to be basically not planting trees for the sake of planting trees or the sake of taking photos or the sake of counting the number of trees that you're planting, right? You want to be basically hitting multiple things. If you're going to be restoring areas, why not connect two forests together? Because that will have a larger impact. When you connect two forest fragmentation is a big issue, and when you connect two forests, you're doubling a habitat, for example, a tiger or an elephant, or for example, like that. The next thing you got to think about is what is missing and who's going to do it, and where's your forest species coming from. So a lot of times we do baseline studies and we look into what is missing in this fragmented forest and what are the intentions are. Are they for wildlife? Are they for conserving endangered trees? Are they for carbon? Are they for all of the above? And then we design this and that. The best way to do it is to build a resilient forest. And as Rina mentioned, resilient forest needs to stand the time of change. You know, the climate is changing and all the things are ecosystems falling apart. And so we need to build resilient forests. And the best way to do that is to mimic natural forest. So we look at the natural forest, the most intact forest, as a reference forest. And from that area, we then input what is missing. And you're right, not every instance we need to actually input the trees. That's why we do the baseline. So sometimes we just need to do silvicultural management, which is managing the forest a little bit to make sure that certain species can grow. Certain times you just leave it, you know, just leave some forest behind if they are parent trees already existing. So there's many different ways to restore forest. So no silver bullet. So yeah.
Oh, so that's no one size fits all sort of thing. So no solution that one size fits all. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the last part is like how long it takes. So the work with some of our endangered trees, because we want to tick off endangered tree species off the endangered list. That's our priority, to make them less vulnerable to extinction. Those can take anywhere from within 5 to 7 years to get seeds because of the frequency of how they fruit and flower. They're in sync with the El Nino events. And in order to then grow them to a plantable size, it can be up to 2 years. So 5 to 7 years plus 2 years, and then plus planting out, plus managing. That's almost like 10 years worth of just getting a tree into the ground. And then finally, to manage it in the ground, you gotta make sure that it's being taken care of a little bit, because otherwise they will get overgrown by more faster growing species. So you need to do some management on the ground, and that can take out anywhere from 3 to 5 years. So it's quite a long time.
Okay, well, but 3 to 5 years, that would be an active hand.
For the 3 to 5 years to get seeds and to get materials, and then another 3 to 5 years for after you plant it. So yeah, that's active management of the land. But there are ways to select and plant and let them grow slowly. But it depends on the target, right? If you want them to all survive, if you want them all to have if you're okay with a certain mortality rate, that varies, right? And that depends on the willing funder. If you do not have a willing funder to pay for the maintenance and management of it, then you will have to accept some risk in some of the projects.
Okay, and great answer. And from that, I can sort of segue that towards Dr. Colin, and in regards to forest management and conservation projects. So how can they be best designed? So reforestation and restoration and for forests, and you were talking as well as the indigenous people being the guardians and the owners of the forest. So how can interested projects or affiliated projects be designed to align with the values and aspirations of locals and the indigenous community? Dr. Colin.
Yeah. Well, for one, as Dr. Akila said, you have to engage with the community, because first of all, you have to recognize that all the Orang Asli communities, all indigenous peoples in general, are not homogenized. They're not one and the same. Different areas have got different priorities, different values, different knowledge, and they have different aspirations as to what the forest should look like, or know what the forest look like. So we cannot have a homogenized forest all over the peninsula. So that's why the individualization of the ecology is very important, and that is based on local knowledge. And they can tell you a lot of things, about how to encourage tree growth or plant growth, how certain trees are not to be grown in certain areas and so on, based on, for them it's culture, but that culture or that pantang or taboo is based on experience for certain reasons, because of the soil type, because of the whatever reason. So you can have a lot of knowledge if you participate with them as forest managers themselves, not as beneficiaries of a tree planting project, for example. Then I know, and even planting methods. I know of a Termian man who taught me when I gave him some terap trees to plant from Sabah. He said, if you want to encourage faster fruiting and growth of the tree, you make a slash in the tree, not a slash, a line. You cut a line. For some reason it worked, because when our trees take about 7 to 8 years to fruit, his took 5 years, and very good. So there's something in there which we cannot explain scientifically, but from experience that they have done, you know. So the main takeaway is engage the people as a community, you know, not as your forest rangers whom we have employed, you know. Then you can benefit. And then when you do that, the people take ownership of the project, of the forest conservation area. So they will naturally want to protect it themselves because they had a role in it, they had involvement in it. So in that way, it helps both parties, see? Basically that, Patrick.
Okay, thanks, Colin. I was very interested to hear when you were talking about homogenized forests. So there to note, I think there are approximately 18 subgroups of the Orang Asli or indigenous in Malaysia. Officially, I'm sure there are more. Every time I go into the forest, sometimes they tell me of a new tribe that I've never heard of. So is this to say, would you suggest that perhaps or would you agree with me and say that every tribe or subgroup has its own way of approaching the forest as per their own cultures and practices?
Not every tribe, but even within the tribe, there are differences. So when I started off, I said I'm talking about traditional Orang Asli who are still living in the forest or forest fringe areas and who still practice the traditional areas. I mean, some of the people who are logging the forest and destroying the forest are Orang Asli. So I'm not talking about that category of people, see? So people who are still traditionalists in a sense and who have the knowledge. And yes, there are many differences even within the tribe, depending on where they are staying, you see? Whether it's a lowland area, upland area, forested, non-forested, swampy area, even swamp areas, the Orang Asli have been able to maximize livelihoods from there without destroying the forest. The areas you're talking about, deforestation and degraded forests, are not done by the Orang Asli, even from it's done by others. Getting Orang Asli to help rebuild areas which somebody else destroyed.
Okay, and from that, I'm going to segue on to Dr. Akila. I just want to hear from your perspective of the Central Forest Spine, especially if you're able to tell us what kind of support are most crucial for communities, especially in the Central Forest Spine area, to engage meaningfully. You can talk about it generally, and then you can also segue into the Central Forest Spine examples that you've seen, especially when it comes to engaging meaningfully in conservation work.
Yeah, thanks, Patrick. I think the first problem that I had on the ground while implementing the Central Forest Spine project was to get them to understand that the forests are fragmented. And, it was quite a bizarre concept to them because they feel you're the cause of the fragmentation and then you are talking to me about fragmentation. How does that work? And so it took us some time for us to make them understand. And that's also, I think, my first exposure to trying to get them to also understand the reality outside of their lens as well, so that there's a reconciliation between what's happening out there and also what they think should be done, so that they can actually empower themselves and take action in a way that works in the current systemic setups and all of that. And I felt one way and the most effective way to do that all time is capacity build and education. And whether we like it or not, it comes in various different forms. Sometimes people are so, I think, stuck up in how capacity building should be done or how education should be transferred. But I think one way we felt it was very useful for us is to really just, like what Colin was saying, sit down with them, have a chat, try to understand, and not only through words, but also by observing them, watching them, and just hanging out with them and looking at what's important to them, and then embed that into how do you capacity build from there. And that is the reason why earlier I actually mentioned we have to go through the conservation through rituals way, so that we don't build conservation project based on what we want the outcome to be in the end, but then we look at what are they already doing and what's lacking, and then you kind of match that. So I think a bit of a bit of tweaking in the systems, plus, ensuring the right kind of capacity building programs or approaches are practiced on the ground. I think that's how, you can work within this conservation of central forest spine and also fragmentation and all these areas that are kind of degraded overall. Yeah.
Thanks for that. Okay, you said something which was very interesting to me. So I think there was a towards the beginning where you mentioned where you would go up to the Orang Asli, the indigenous people, and then people would say, these are the ways that we can teach you, and then they come back. And then the indigenous people look at you and say, but you're the guys who are destroying the forest, and you're trying to teach us in a way. If I were to make a term for that, I'd probably call it forest planning, right? Is there a sort of a gap in the information, or at least in the knowledge? Are there stuff that you've noticed in your experience where you came up to them with something and they came back to you and said, no, that doesn't sound right because we've been doing it another way? Do you have one example to relate to us on that?
I think there are multiple examples, but one example that's quite stark is around trees, right? I think there's a lot of users with a lot of different species and a lot of different, things in the forest, just not trees as well, like that we don't know of. And I think that's where the indigenous knowledge comes through. And, we can really leverage on that. I think, Patrick, to answer your question as well, one thing that I've always emphasized in the work that I do, which I think is still quite bizarre that people are not doing a lot more work in this area, is the anthropological aspect of things. I think it's kind of getting limited over time. It's really interesting when I go to the kampongs and we still use Malay to communicate with Orang Aslis, and I'm like sometimes looking for that one translator who could speak their language so that connotations could be the same or meanings could be the same, and it's so hard to find someone. And even I think for me, for the longest time, I felt kind of bad because I'm bringing all these concepts in a foreign language that's like, doubly probably not accurate or correct. And I think if you're talking about one area that's kind of, lacking and we have to pursue more is the anthropological aspects, really understand them. Do not always think that they've got to learn the Malay language to understand us, but also the other way around, so that, at least we don't meet them where they are at, we meet them halfway. I think that's what I learned from, bringing something to them and being taught that, there's a different lens out there, and we got to tweak our lens as well.
And just as you were talking about that, we got a question from one of the audience members, and I think I think I'll let you answer this one, but I'll also open this up to anyone else after Dr. Akila mentions and provides an answer. And the question is, has there been difficulties in communicating with with indigenous tribes? Didn't mention specifically Malaysia, but since it's called Malaysia, I'm going to mention Malaysia. With so many subgroups and tribes, I would imagine that they would have slight or major differences in language and communication means. And how did you overcome that communication barrier, especially in regards to forest knowledge?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Hui. I've got to apologize because I used Malay. I had no time to go and learn, the entire language, but I tried my best to incorporate words that, I learned some words that was probably meaningful to them, and then, just normal day-to-day use kind of words that I kind of incorporate in my chats with them. But I think my strategy was to look for the leader, or that one person who was probably Malay school educated, and then, be able to have the chat to try to understand. I wouldn't say that was the best strategy. I think this strategy also needs to evolve, but that's how I coped, being someone on the ground, trying to understand or communicate with the Orang Asli community. Yeah.
Can I intervene, Patrick?
Sure, please go ahead.
Yeah. So yeah, you're right, Atika. But actually, if you're talking about communication, it's different from language, no? I mean, most Orang Asli, if not all, speak Malay, so that's not an issue. But if you want to communicate and understand their culture and what they're saying, that's even more. And one of the first thing one of the first barrier you have to overcome is trust, whether they trust you or not. Whether you don't speak the language, that's another issue. But with once the trust is overcome, you can generally get a lot, especially from the women, not from the leaders. Some of the leaders, they deal with government, they deal with officers, they know what to say, and they know what you want, so they give you what you want. See? So if you have that trust and that kind of you break down the communication barrier because of that, you will know that the forest is not just trees. See? The forest is not just a place like the hardware store where they get their materials for housing, or the pharmacy where they get their medicines, or the supermarket where they get their food and so on. It is like the archives, where the history, where their knowledge is all contained. It's like the archaeological site where all the bones of the ancestors are buried. It is your playground, it's your sacred sites left, like your cathedrals and mosques. It is your recreation areas. It's a whole lot more than just trees and plants. See? So once you understand that, and once they understand that you understand that, then they treat you differently, and they will tell you more things, that because they know you are interested, they know they can trust you, and they know that you want to know. Simple as that. If you just come with a survey questionnaire, you will get your answers. Right or wrong, the answers maybe, that's another matter, but you will get your answers.
Okay, thanks for that. Anybody else want to contribute, or I could move on to another question?
Can I just counter with what Colin has said?
Right.
I also had trust on my list. I think it's really important. And I think that's why I also mentioned anthropological aspects, because a lot of people rush through their projects and they just want to implement something on the ground. And that goes back to being a short-term intervention. And so the trust is never built. And in fact, when they do that, it's even more worse for the landscape, because people lose trust. I think not having trust and losing trust is quite a slight difference in there, but it makes a lot of impact and difference between the both. Yeah. Go ahead, Simon. Over to you.
Yeah, I'll say I was okay for answering the questions and moving on, but since you put me in the spotlight, yeah. So the way we work is we build on the relationship that other organizations have built. We recognize that our strengths are very specific, are very restoration focused and stuff, and we're no expert in communicating and in building these relationships. So we build up by collaborating, and we work with other organizations who are in the landscape that we are in to try to see whether they have any contacts and any friends who are working in this, or who want to also start to look into the work that we're doing, and then build up that trust through trust that has already been built. So build up on the momentum, So that's how we kind of build it in a very practical way.
Okay, and since the both of you brought up trust, which I think is essential for any community to actually function, especially I think in matters of reforestation and taking care of the green that we have on this earth. So I'd just like to pass this question over to Dr. Yalonen. Would you be able to share some examples of how the community-led conservation has supported both the biodiversity and local livelihoods in your work?
Okay, thank you. Well, the Seed2Tree project in Malaysia is just starting, so maybe I'll use examples from other countries where we have been working. We currently have restoration projects in Laos and Vietnam, and there we are using modified payment for ecosystem services approaches. So the idea is that communities are producing both kind of private goods and public goods. So they are producing food and products for markets for themselves, but they also produce things that everybody benefits from, like carbon and microclimate, hydrological services, erosion control, pollination services, and so on. And since we all benefit from these ecosystem services, it's only fair that we compensate for communities for producing these. And so in our approach, what we did a little bit differently compared to how many payment for ecosystem services work, is that we started by identifying with the farmers the kind of practices that are beneficial both for them and also produce ecosystem services. So something that helps them with the livelihood issues that they have, but also then enhances the ecosystem services. So things like restoring sloping lands or planting trees and pastures for shade or for other products, or establishing living fences on their lands. And and then after these practices were identified together, the participating community members could then choose which ones they want to implement on their own land, how many trees they want to plant, or how big area they would be working on. And and they could also even choose what would they like to have as compensation in kind. So okay, if I plant X number of trees, or I restore this area by planting or soil conservation. Okay, I want seeds or seedlings or fertilizer or maybe some construction materials or things for the community hall, or basically anything in kind. And and so this kind of like transparent approach towards what activities are supported and also how they are costed and compensated for. It helped kind of to take into account that different farmers or different community members have very different conditions. Some are more remote, have less resources, maybe less labor or tools available, and it's more difficult for them to participate in the activities, and so they could ask for a bigger compensation because things are harder for them. So this way we can take into account the farmers' needs and kind of also consider inclusion. We can target support and benefits to, for example, based on gender or land size or ethnicity and so on. And the response to this has been actually very enthusiastic from the farmers. So they were commenting that for once they can actually say what they want and not just be kind of dictated top down or there's like kind of take it or leave it offer. And even things like, okay, we can tell what trees or what species we want instead of just receiving seedlings from projects for planting. So so that's something that I understand they really appreciated. I wanted to actually come back to the previous discussion about the importance of trust, and also what Simon was saying about how long it takes to restore forest. So personally, I believe that the current restoration ambitions are just very unrealistic. Countries have promised to restore millions and millions of hectares of land many by 2030, which is, it's in 6 years' time. And as Simon pointed out, we don't have the seeds and seedlings that we need actually to do proper job with this restoration. And as Akila and Colin pointed out, we need time to develop trust with the communities whose lands we have previously destroyed through our activities. So this is not something that's going to happen overnight or kind of in a project span of 1 or 2 years. My call to action to actually donors and funders of restoration activities would be that we need longer term funding, we need longer term efforts, we need more patience in terms of restoration, both from the ecological perspective and also from the kind of connecting communities and restoring that trust and taking the time to learn what they have to share with us. Thank you.
Okay, if I may just continue on that, if you could just tell me very quickly, how difficult, I mean, you said it was very, the response was very enthusiastic from Laos and Vietnam and so on and so forth. But perhaps for our Malaysian viewers, I know this Seed to Tree program just sort of started in Malaysia. For what did you actually encounter any sort of opposition? I wouldn't say opposition. I would say more along the lines of reluctance to get in on the program, and what did you sort of have to do to get people, local and indigenous communities, to sort of get them interested? Was there any sort of cajoling or anything, that sort of thing?
Okay, thanks. A good question. We did have some challenges actually in Vietnam in one of the sites where we were working. That's actually quite a busy like a tourism site, Sapa in northern Vietnam. And there are some opportunities for ecotourism or agro-ecotourism, and so kind of also some community members see the benefits of kind of sustainable farming or environmental practices, but many are just kind of so already involved in the kind of tourism activities that they were not really interested. I mean, they came to the meeting, but in the end they didn't put in any offers for restoring their lands. And there was also like a gender-related aspect to it, so that from some households, I mean, we made specific effort to invite both men and women to come. And in the workshops where we discussed this idea and approach, we had a good gender balance. However, then when the offers were made by the households, what do they want to do? It was usually always under the name of the man. So so these kind of challenges we had that we still have to try to navigate. I think key is partly to find the right people to work with who are kind of really interested in the activities. I mean, we can't force anyone to work on this together, but to find those who are keen to work together, and we'll see some benefits of the collaboration. Thank you.
Okay, I also have a question which I'm going to open to everyone here, and if anyone would be able to answer very briefly. What challenges come about when you put together technology with traditional practices? They may not go together so well. Some of them I mean, I understand that a lot of indigenous people, Orang Asli, have oral traditions. There are some things which would be very difficult to explain in technology. But if you are able to explain in your experience, what challenges have you seen and how can these be addressed? Maybe we can start with Dr. Akila first.
I think generally, although we think indigenous communities are far from technology, I think the number of people who are using technology is increasing. I think I personally felt when I was working with the community in Belum Temenggong, a lot of them were very familiar with social media, how to use your handphones. And so I think if the technology is created around the capabilities of the communities, I think there won't be a challenge of introducing technology to them. And again, I think it goes back to what I mentioned earlier about capacity building, training. Sometimes you just have to do it over and over again with them, but eventually they do know how to use them. And I think in a way we can also learn how to incorporate the cultural aspects into the technological aspects, whether be it having the app in a language that's familiar to them, or having the app just speak in their language, just minor tweaks which could go a long way. So I think the idea about these communities are far from technology, it's changing, especially with all this exposure that they are getting over time. So I think this will also change.
Good answer. Okay, Colin, what do you think?
It all depends on what you mean by technology, you see. If you're talking about using a GPS, or an app, to improve your lives, I think that will be easily accepted, But if you're thinking of bringing machinery and all the stuff, it's a totally different thing, For example, even if you have the technology like a handphone to photograph and video, certain cultural things would not allow it. The Balai Adat, for example, when you enter it, no recording, no lights, no nothing. So we have to be sensitive, culture sensitive to what they have, see. But generally, technology is not, rejected outright. It all has to blend in with the the well-being and the needs of the community, as well as how the community sees it can improve themselves,
Okay, if anybody wants to answer that question, because I've just got a Q&A. Zaman, would you like to? Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Yeah. So the nice thing about the process that we're developing the CP3 program and the CP3 app is basically co-developing it with the communities as well. So we're not coming up with a ready-made product, right? We're having a base product or base software that we're going to adapt and change to the local context. So not only language, but also in terms of usability. If some communities prefer more pictures to use it faster, and some communities have more want to take pictures with it more, or whatever. We have that sort of flexibility in this program to develop it from the more or less ground up. I think that's a really good way to co-develop, so that there's ownership, there's usability, and it's not going to just not be used by the time the program is done.
Sure, go ahead, Rina.
Okay, thank you. One more thought. I think it's important that it's something that is two-way, so that we are not just collecting information from the communities and then just taking it away and using it for our own interest and benefit, but it's something that actually benefits them, helps them in some ways. In terms of kind of data collection, I think that there are also potentially some concerns about, okay, I mean, we have all these big trees, valuable trees. So if now we collect information about the locations, how would it be used? Who has access to it? Is somebody going to come and intrude our forest? So these are also concerns that I think we need to be mindful about, and and to be very clear about kind of the sort of the who has access to what information, and indeed making sure that it has benefits for the communities.
Okay, and thank you so much for that, everybody. And I think we're coming to the end of our session. If every panelist would be able to please provide maybe a 10 to 30 seconds of how they feel where Malaysia is going on when it comes to reforestation, restoring, and the role and how it ties in with local indigenous communities. May perhaps give your thoughts on the matter. You have the floor, 10 to 30 seconds, something brief. Maybe we can start with Akila.
Sure. I think reflecting on my 3 years working on the ground under the RCCFS project, I can say that I think things are improving. But of course, like what Colin has mentioned, there's so many tribes, so many different cultures, and there's always a way of finding better ways to work with them. And I think that's also an area of improvement. So in short, I think Malaysia is on the right track, but as with a lot of other things, implementation needs to be boosted as well. So I think that's where we're headed to.
Okay, thanks, Akila. Colin?
Yes, I mean, for some traditional communities in the forest, living in the forest is very, very important to them. No, I've seen orang asli stressed out, cry when trees are cut or areas are destroyed. No, and if you want to work on restoring forests or in ensuring forests are still there, these are the best people to work with.
Okay, Zaman? Zaman, can you hear me? Yeah. Zaman, are you with us? Okay, never mind. Well, I think we got some technical issues, but can you?
Yes. So
Okay.
sorry, I was
Yeah.
mess around with my mic.
No worries, happens.
Yeah, so I think it's a great opportunity for us to have these sort of platforms to share and to the world what we're doing. I think we should include that. More importantly, is to also include the communities in this discussion. I know language would be such a barrier, but if
I don't think I can hear you there, Zaman. Okay. I don't think I can hear you. Yeah. Okay.
I think he said a launch,
Yes.
some kind of a launch. That's what he said. He was at a launch today.
Can yeah, I don't think we can hear you. So we
Yes.
just I think we'll just have to take your word that you're in a launch event for that.
Mhm.
Okay.
Maybe I can jump in to provide some clarity. So I believe that this is the team who are working on the Seed to Tree project. TRCRC has a restoration site and nursery in the Belum Temengor area, and yeah, they are employing indigenous people, Temiyar people, at the nursery and in many of the activities. So that's the theme. Unfortunately, the sound sound failed us. Yes. Okay. My concluding points. The biodiversity COP meeting in Cali, Colombia, happened last month. And one of the tasks for the countries for that meeting was to update their national biodiversity strategies and action plans. I come from Finland, and my country failed completely to do that. So yeah, we went to the meeting empty-handed. But our negotiator was commenting on some of the plans of some of the other countries. And she highlighted Malaysia's national biodiversity strategy and action plan as one of the really good examples that is not now out there. One of the other highlights, or maybe one of the few highlights of that meeting, was that the parties to the convention actually decided that indigenous peoples will be now invited permanently to join these convention meetings. But so my point is that, I mean, this is maybe quite common in Malaysia. We have excellent policy strategies in place. Now the next challenge is really not to leave it on the shelf, but actually to put it into practice and implement it. So we have a great start. Let's roll our sleeves and start implementing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that, everybody. And that's all the time we have. And sorry for overshooting the time limit on that. So, in closing, I'd just like to say that anyone can plant trees. It's not difficult, but many think all you have to do is just plant any kind of tree and it'll settle everything. In fact, I've had comments on some of my videos on our Critical 2 TV platform where people have actually asked me, why do you bother with all these trees? Why don't you just plant coconuts and fruit trees? You make money, problem solved. But the reality on the ground is that it actually takes a lot of care, it takes a lot of effort, it takes a lot of study to plant the right kind of tree and to turn barren lands, degraded areas into proper forests. Because at the end of the day, our world is made up of many different types of plants, peoples, plants, and animals. And it should also make sense that our forests and their ecosystems are just as diverse, if not more diverse. And as you've heard from our panelists, for this to work, we need people who can not only play an active role, but also to make use of new technologies and work properly and with trust, indigenous and local communities to green the earth together. So I hope you leave this discussion energized, excited, and empowered. And thank you to all our panelists, Dr. Akila Maniam, Dr. Colin Nicholas, Dr. Zaiman Zulkifli, and Dr. Rina Yalonen. Thank you to all the panelists, and thanks to all of you for being here. If you're keen, also, I just want to add one last thing before you head off. If you're keen on watching content that touch on some of these topics, feel free to check out Critical 2 TV on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, or YouTube. Until then, have a good day and have a good time in Baku. Thank you all and have a good day.
Thank you.
Thanks very much to our incredible panelists.
Thanks,
and thank
Avicenna.
you all for joining today's session on Empowered Community, Guardians of the Sustainability Ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude this important session, we call on nations to unite with Malaysia in safeguarding our natural resources, empowering vulnerable communities, and embracing data-driven resilience. Together, let us scale nature-based solutions to create a sustainable and inclusive future for all, where every community plays a vital role as stewards of a thriving, sustainable planet. Before you go, please take a moment to scan the QR code for our feedback survey. Your input is greatly appreciated. As always, all our sessions are recorded and will be available on our official CGM YouTube channel for anyone wishing to revisit these insights. The recordings will be time-tagged with accompanying blog posts to follow. And don't forget to watch the live stream for the Malaysia Pavilion at COP29 in Baku by visiting the official Malaysia Pavilion Facebook page or by scanning the QR code on the screen. On behalf of our team, thank you to our speakers and participants for engaging in this crucial conversation. And let us continue tomorrow for Day 8, Climate Resilience, Subnational Leadership. Take care and see you tomorrow.